welcome back to Lord Nemo Gaming. The next section of Age of Mythology, we are doing the Egyptian campaign today. The next, I think, 11 levels. The second part of the campaign, as you might say. Now, the Egyptian, to me, I don't find the most fun. I'd consider it probably the worst campaign of the series. You do get introduced to a new hero in Amunra, which we'll see in just a second when I decide to click start, which hopefully is soon. There we go. Don't know what's taking me so long, but here we go. Now this level, you're basically just defending your position until your villagers can dig up the sword for the guardian. And you got to see there's 3 different passages there. You can go up those passages. There's a small base at the end, but it doesn't really accomplish anything. And this is where you get introduced to Amunra, which in my opinion is the worst hero you encounter in your travels. He's kind of useless, to be honest. Special ability, she does jump like an Anubite, which gets bloody frustrating when she jumps over a wall or goes somewhere where you don't want to go. So basically all you do here, you're attacking units, hold them back. To start with, you're just going to want your slingers. You do get introduced to priests, which do cost 100 gold and can heal your unit, so they come in quite handy, and in large numbers they are quite powerful. So as you can see here, just spearmen attacking. They will attack with siege towers, which the Egyptian siege towers are actually quite strong. They do have the battering ram on it, and they do fire arrows at your units, which if you're one-on-one with it, it can take down a couple of your units before you take it down. So the main thing I did here was divide my range units up and put them at the different sections. In one section I think I built maybe 1 or 2 towers on it just to hold it off. It's up to you if you want to do it this way, or you can just basically, what I do later in the mission, just hold the position near where you're digging, because eventually they do bring in stronger units like scarabs, axemen, and as I said before, the siege towers. So to start with, you will defend, but as time goes on, because it does dig up fairly slow, and you don't have a town centre, so you only have a limited supply of villages. So make sure you don't lose any, because if you do lose them all, well, there's nothing you can do. So as you can see, it does dig up quite slowly. You are going to need additional units. I don't know how that spearman managed to get through the wall. He must be some sort of ghost and just magically went through it. I don't know. That's the only time it happened. Slingers, if there's only one of them, they are useless against infantry units, but as you can see, there's about 10 of them there. They are very effective, and they do counter archers very well. You get access to your own set of new units. You get the spearmen, which are good against cavalry, axemen, which are good against infantry, and your slingers, which are good against archers. There is a secondary archer you do get at the stronghold, or chariot archer, which are very good, and you do get access to cavalry and war elephants, which war elephants are quite strong. So as you can see, all my sword units just holding back because I don't really need to use them at the moment. I just gradually build up the force without any of them dying, and I just use the priests to heal any units and hold the line as long as I can. And eventually they do come through. You can't stop it if you want to, but I just found it's wasting my time just going back there building, repairing. It's only on moderate. They do attack with myth units, the scarab, which you'll see a bit later on, and the siege towers. But if you do have a force, you can hold them back at the dig site. This mission I think takes maybe 15 or so minutes. Again, you can go up those passages to see what's up there. I'm pretty sure this is a temple and maybe a watchtower up there, so it's I don't recommend going up there. You do have a large supply of resources around, so you're not going to run out. But yeah, mainly just digging up that sword, so then you can progress to the next mission and then get to see the Guardian, which is probably top 3 strongest units in the game. In this game, not including the Titans expansion, which will be coming later, but in this game it's easily, well, apart from another unit, you see it is probably top 2 strongest, but you only do get to access it once, because you'll see how powerful it is. It can't really die. It's got 20,000 health and it does about 300-400 damage per hit, so it's very powerful, which you'll see in the next mission. But for this one, just dig it up. It's up to you if you want to go quick, get it over and done with. I was going quite slow, so I can build up my forces because they do constantly attack. But it's up to you what you want to do. On this one, I just went it this way. Egyptian. I don't really like the Egyptian culture in this game. It's probably my least favourite. Then I find Norse. I do like the Norse units. I find that they have, because you can train as many heroes as you want, basically. Same with this one with the priest, but I find the Hessiers on the Norse side a lot better than priests on this one, because if you do go Loki and you do have multiples, they do summon their own myth units. So as you can see there, the catapults are a bit different. They only fire 1 rock instead of 3, but that 1 rock, as you saw there, took down a watchtower in about 3 hits. So the siege units, Egyptian do have good siege units. Norse have the worst siege units. They only have a battering ram, but yeah, this mission you're basically just holding that position until you can dig up the sword for the Guardian. They will continually attack you. You can't stop them. Even if you do, I think even if you do go up and destroy their little base that's up there, they continue to spawn. So just build up your units, because they're eventually going to break through your wall. And it's just, I found it a bit easier if you hold them in one spot, because they want to come travel down, kill your villagers, so you can stop digging up the sword. So as you'll see in this mission, it's not too hard. Even on the harder difficulties, it's pretty basic. You just build up a force, hold the position. If you are struggling, just instruct all your villagers to dig at the site. It'll be done pretty quick. thing you'll find with the Egyptians is their houses don't cost any resources, so you can, as soon as you go to the classical, you can build 10 of them straight away without having to use up any of your resources. So that is a benefit. And the together wood and gold, they have their own separate storehouses. So if you do an Egyptian for the first time, don't get confused to put a wood near a gold, because they won't drop the gold off at the lumber mill that you put down. So just be wary that you put down the correct resource building to where you are. So as you can see there, here come the scarabs there. Basically, they're a siege unit. As you can see, they knock down a wall pretty quickly. They do have a considerable amount of health. Against soldiers, they're not the best, as you're about to see in a minute. As they die, they spill out poison everywhere, and whoever's in that vicinity gets damaged by it. So in a large number. If you do kill them all, say one time, they do the extra damage when they die. So there's the Egyptian siege tower. It does have a ram on the front of it, and for when it does attack units, it shoots 3 arrows out of the top. So, and you can transport units in them. They do have a unit capacity of 5, so you can hide units in them. I really don't, because you do that, you sacrifice your siege tower, because when it dies, your units do pop out, but it's kind of a bit of a waste. So yeah, the scarabs, they don't do that much damage to infantry with their pincers, but when they die, they do the damage when they die. Basically, as you saw there, 3 units that weren't even being attacked by it got killed from its poison that it spills out when it dies. So just be careful when you do encounter them. When they die, they are going to do some more damage. You notice that the farms on this one do cost gold instead of wood. There is a little bit differences with the Egyptian side, and priest can build obelisks, which are very big lines of sight, but they're pretty weak, so they get knocked down very quickly. As you saw there, the siege tower, that's how it attacks infantry units. It shoots arrows, and the battering ram on the front is what knocks down the buildings. It's a very effective siege unit. I find the Egyptians do have the better siege units out of all the cultures in the game. As you can see, I gave up on protecting the walls, because as you saw in that one, there's two catapults. They're eventually going to knock it down, and I just decided to defend the dig site, because with your priests, if he doesn't die, he basically just heals everyone back to full health. He does heal slower than a pharaoh, which you do get in the next mission. They are quite powerful. There is a gorge you can research where you do get 2 pharaohs Take note of some of their names. There is a Tutankhamun. The funniest one I found was Baba Joe. If you continue to play, there is a pharaoh in the game called Baba Joe, which I don't know who thought that was a funny idea. They got Ptolemy as well, so they do have some famous pharaohs in there. I'm pretty sure Cleopatra. You sometimes get Cleopatra. The names of them are randomly generated, so there's no saying of when you're going to get it. But there is some good names that you can get your pharaoh. But the funniest one in the game that I found is Baba Joe, which I found is quite odd, because I don't think a pharaoh was called Baba Joe. I could be wrong, but it's just funny. As you see there, that was Amanra's special ability. She jumps in like in a new body. If she does land on a unit, she does do the additional damage, and she does attack quite quick. But overall, I find her to be one of probably the weakest hero in the game. But you do keep her from now on. She doesn't go away. So for the next 15 or so levels, this is the hero lineup you keep. You do get more in Norse, which you will see in the Norse campaign. But at the moment, this is the staple of heroes. You do get 1 range and 3 infantry, which Chiron is a very good range unit. I'm almost done this mission. It's not a difficult mission. It's more of a tutorial of how to do an Egyptian. If you do the campaign, when you finish this level, there is a quick rundown of an Egyptian, and when you go into Norse, there is a quick rundown. I didn't do it in this video because I don't need it. It basically just shows you how the Egyptian side of things works. The same with the Norse. It basically just gives you a quick 3-minute tutorial on what to expect and how to train units, because every culture does things differently. That's just helpful there. But if you're going through for your first time, do watch the quick video on the tutorial, because it will help you. As you can see with the obelisk there, it does have a giant line of sight. Egyptian can construct lighthouse, which is basically a bigger obelisk. And there we go. We dug up the sword, victorious. Yeah, go us. Move on to where you get to meet the Guardian, which, as I said, top 2 strongest units in the game. First thing you want to do here is keep that sword bearer back, because he needs to survive all the way to the end. There's the chariot archers I mentioned before. They're quick, but slingers do counter them. So what basically main thing I do here, send your heroes in first, because there is going to be spearmen and slingers and nervites down there attacking the village. To use them to knock those units out. Keep your units behind. You don't, as soon as if that sword bearer dies, the mission's over. So protect him the best you can. Destroy these spearmen. They're heavy to start with, so they do take a little bit of time. But with the 4 heroes, you're gonna win. There's a little army that they have here, because you're gonna rescue these labourers, as the Egyptians have them named as. You're gonna rescue them and take them to your town, where you build up your force. So there's that little army they brought in. Just quickly defeat that. If you are having troubles, bring down some of your chariot archers, because they're good against infantry. But just be careful with the slingers there. The slingers will counter your chariot archers. So yeah, just be a little bit careful. As you see, Mina is about to die because she doesn't even have 300 health. Which is why I don't really find her very effective, and her attacks are very weak. So she's not the most useful hero you have, but an extra hero than you did have. So, and don't be discouraged if your hero does die. They do get resurrected. When you take control of the area, they do get resurrected. The main thing you want to do here, don't bring the villagers with you straight away. Keep them back with your units, because on the way, Set is going to invoke some god powers, mainly sea serpents, and you're going to run into some mummies. So clear the path first with your heroes, because they're going to take out the myth units very easily. And once that path is cleared, then you do bring through the rest of the units, because if you bring them all, you might lose 1 or 2 labourers or some of your units to start with. And it's also always best to start the next section, which is where we're going with everybody. So as you get the mummies spawn, they don't take long to kill. As I mentioned in the Greek campaign, they're pretty terrible against heroes. You're not going to take too much damage. Yeah, there he goes. Camps it. You don't actually fight him in game. You fight him in a cutscene, and he's not a playable unit. You don't actually end up playing as Kempsit. You do end up playing as Gargarensis and Kamos in a mission in this campaign, but you never do play as Kempsit. He is a model that you can use in the editor section of the game, which you can create whatever you want. But in the campaign, you don't actually use him at all. You don't actually fight him one-on-one. You mostly fight him in the cutscenes. So there we go. We unlocked the the town. This is a time based one. There's no clock. But as it will spawn in a second, Kempsit's army is making their way around to defend where the Guardian is. So you want to get there first, because when he does spawn, he does have a considerable force that he comes with. So it is times based. See that little section they just lit up there? There is 3 bases there. He'll kill one, then maybe 5-10 minutes later he'll move on to the second one. Same with the third, so he doesn't go through them all in one go. He does do one at a time, then he has a little break, has a coffee, has some biscuits. He moves on to the second one. Those 3 towns won't destroy his army. I don't even want to pronounce that pharaoh's name. I mean, if you can pronounce that, good job, to be honest. As I said, some of them are just weird names. You can't even pronounce it. There's his army, the Avengers. They're very good. Myth units. They're the war elephants. I was talking about their armor is low, but they do large attacks. They are considered cavalry. So if you want to take them down, you want counter cavalry. What I'm doing there with the pharaoh is when he empowers a building, the people who are going to that gather site gather quicker. So if you're running low on a resource, which I was there with food, you go put him to empower the granary, and those people will gather quicker. So as I said, there's a Guardian. I was wrong about his attack. It's 2,000 attack, which is absolutely insane. See, the war elephants have about 560. If they're in a section of 5, he'll kill all 5 in one go. That's how powerful he is. The mercenaries they're basically there if you desperately need them, because they do die in about 30 seconds. They do have a time limit, the mercenaries. You do get a cavalry mercenary as well, but they're only used when you've lost your barracks, your stronghold, you've lost all your units. You do have a large supply of gold. You can spam multiple mercenaries to come out of your town centre, defeat the units, and rebuild up. And also, if you do use your pharaoh to empower a town centre or a stronghold or watcher, it will fire additional arrows. So a town centre may fire 2 normally. You put the pharaoh on there, it might fire 3, 4, 5 arrows. The pharaoh, he's a very good unit. If he does die, he does spawn, resurrect a few minutes later, and he has a number next to his name. I think it goes up to a maximum of 20. And being that it's Egyptian, it goes Roman numerals. Yeah, I just researched the widget. I should have went the Sphinx. The Sphinx is a good unit. It's good against buildings, good against soldiers. It does have 3 levels of upgrade. And its special attack, it turns itself into a whirlwind and does area damage. So it is a very good unit to have. I just went in the widget. And all infantry comes out of one spot. As I say, with the barracks, that's the main point of your archers, infantry, counter cavalry, and counter infantry all come out of this one spot. And your elephants, your camels, and your chariot archers come out of the stronghold. And the only way with Egyptian to gain favour is you do have to build monuments, which there are 5 or 6 in total. Can't quite sure. As you can see, one right next to the town centre, the monument to the villages. The higher up you go, the better favour it generates favour quicker. So having that monument to the villages, it's only going to generate favour very slowly. So the next one's monument to soldiers, and you get the monument to the pharaohs, then the monument to the gods. There's one in there I'm missing. I can't really remember what that one's called. But yeah, on the higher ones they do attack. There's 2 ways up into their stronghold. Again, make sure your sword bearer is not away from your front line. Keep it back, as I am there, in the little bit of corner near the town centre. There's nowhere, and the way for him to get attacked is them they have to break my lines, which on moderate they don't do. And the god power I have there is shifting sands. So if I clicked on a section on the map that I do have line of sight, all my units will transfer to there. So it's basically a one-time underworld to wherever you need to go. But there's no point going down there to defend those towns. Those towns are going to die either way. So you can't destroy them, the army that's coming through, without the Guardian. So don't bother if those towns get killed. As soon as Kempsit's army get up past the last village, they'll just wait near the Guardian. So basically, to get the Guardian, you got to go through them, which will take quite some time. As I had to see here, there is two ways in. There's a narrow passage up here that has the gate, but down below the ridge there is another way in. So there's two separate ways you can access the enemies. So there's an Avenger. He's special attack. He does carry 2 swords. So his special attack, he twirls around like a ballerina, and whoever's in his vicinity will get damaged. He's quite an impressive myth unit. Egyptian do have good myth units. I do give him that. As you can see, the Rook or the Scarab. Scarab god power does convert your town centre into a citadel, which is very strong. Now, I thought I could possibly cheat the game by going Hathor and getting the Rook, which is a transport unit, but the creators thought it's a good idea. If you do go that way, they don't give you the Rook, so don't be mad when you don't get the Rook. They took it out for this level. Otherwise, you just transferred the sword bearer straight to the Guardian without even having to battle your way through. So I can see why they did it, but at the same time, I want the Rook. I want this level over and done with as quick as possible. But the crocodile that I do get does shoot a ray out of its relic that's on top of its head. It can actually outrange a tower and a stronghold. It can, I think, get up to about 22 range, and it can do good damage. So it's about to go through heroic age. See, it's like god power. I got the locust swarm. It's a pretty useless god power, because all it does is target farms and targets villages that are near the town centre. So it's not the best god power, to be honest. And another thing with the Egyptian, you cannot cast god powers near monuments, because the monuments cancel out the god power. It basically puts a lock on them, so you're not allowed. So if you could you strategically place monuments throughout your town, and they won't be able to invoke god powers, because those monuments are putting a block on their god powers. So that's another quick fact. You say if they go a chimera on Greek, which is god powers an earthquake. If you've got monuments, you've gone Egyptian, you've got monuments all scattered through your town, they can't invoke earthquake in the centre of your town, because your monuments will prevent that. So if you do go Egyptian, you're doing a random map that's on Titan, strategically place your monuments around your town, and they won't be able to invoke god powers in those vicinities. best way to get the sword bearer up is don't take him up with your army in the first when you do go siege. Make sure there's a clear path for him to get through. The Guardians behind a gate, so knock down the gate. Make sure there's a clear path and send him straight through to the Guardian, because he does only have 400 health and he is a bit slow. So when you do go siege, don't put him in with your main army. Keep him back out of line of sight from the enemy. When there's a clear path to get through to the Guardian, take him, basically tell him to go straight there. So that as soon as he gets near it, he'll awaken the Guardian, and you can access. You do have access to the Guardian, which I find very good. It just doesn't go to a cutscene. You do have the power to control the Guardian, which, as you'll see at the end of the video, how powerful it actually is. There's the crocodile I was telling you about. It's got that beam ray, sun ray on its head. I don't want to try and pronounce what it's called. As you can see, it can do quite a bit of damage. So if you do increases its range was already 20. It increases its range to, I think, 22, which can knock down a watchtower and a stronghold without getting hit. A fortified town centre, no. There's a fortified town centre, does get additional range added to it. So it does do quite good damage. It doesn't fire. It's not a continuous beam of light. It fires the beam of light, it hits the enemy, then it sort of leans back and recharges again. So it's not a continuous beam of light. It does need to recharge. It's about a 2-second recharge time. So just be wary of that as well. Yeah, that's the last monument you can construct. Monument to the gods. As you can see, it's quite large, so it does take up a little bit of space. And them being set, they do have animals. There's a giraffe there. I think there's a couple of rhinoceroses, there's hippos. What you can do, if you are set, you do have your, I think it's either the priest or the pharaoh. They can summon apes, crocodiles, gazelles, hyenas. There's a crocodile there. They can summon basically a whole bunch of animals, and the priests can convert the animals on the map to your side. It doesn't do it instantly. It takes a little bit of time, but you can convert that animal. So if you see an elephant there, you can convert the elephant to your side, and yeah, it does. It's just an elephant, but it does have considerable health. And they can do a large amount of damage. If you have an army of 20 basic elephants, they can take down a fair few units. So as I've done here, I've made a path to the Guardian. There's a couple of priests and Avengers in there. They go down pretty easily. And once that gate's down, the path's open. Send your sword bearers directly to the Guardian. As soon as you do awaken the Guardian, Kemps's army, whatever they're doing, will come straight to you. So if they're at the second town as they are now, they'll bypass the third town, not even bother to attack it, and come straight to you to try and defeat the Guardian, which you can't defeat the Guardian. As you've seen, it by its health, 20,000 health, and does 2,000 damage. 94% absorbency on everything. It's a weapon. Here we go. Now, give the Guardian the sword, and it's yours to command. See, look at that, priest dead in one hit. A 1300 temple dead in 2 hits. That's how powerful this thing is, and this is the only time you do use it in this the original Age of Mythology, you do get to use it again in the Titan expansion, but it's only for one level. I didn't know you could heal it, so it's basically is indestructible, as you'll see in a minute. It's just going to flatten. It's going to absolutely flatline Kemps's army. I mean, they don't even have a chance. As you see, there's 4 of them in a row. I think it might kill about 2 or 3 of them in one hit. Well, maybe not. I was wrong. Here we go. Scorpion Man. See, 2 Scorpion Men dead in one hit. It does area. It's funny. It does area damage. If you are close to the Guardian, it will do additional damage to units around it. See, look, 4 Avengers dead, 1 hit. Elephant dead, 1 hit. It's more powerful than a Titan. If you've played the Titan campaign, you know that this one it's more it could probably take down an army of Titans on its own. There's only 1 unit stronger than it, which is you don't actually get to use it, but you can use it in the editor files, which we'll see a bit later. So once you kill all of Kemps's army, I mean, you can't lose. As soon as you get the Guardian, you cannot lose. If you lose with the Guardian, uninstall the game, turn your computer off, and never play it again. As soon as you get the Guardian, you cannot lose. Then we move on to Tug of War, which is quite fun actually. You'll see in a second. The main objective for this mission. As you read in the cutscene, the main objective of the Egyptian campaign is to get the 4 pieces of Osiris's body and get them to one center point near his temple, which you do in about mission 20. I think mission 20. Now your heroes die there. I don't know why they died, man. They could have easily won that battle. Now what I found useful, don't tell your units to go to the center point in your town. Put them to where I am, because that's where the main battle's going to be. Have a large mixture of units. You don't have to build any buildings. You got 3 barracks, 2 strongholds, 1 temple. You do have a bunch of animals there. If the piece gets back into their town, you lose. So as you can see, the Pharaoh can summon different animals. They do cost favor and then possibly some food, but they do come instantly. So if you are struggling, the Pharaoh's got 3 units to kill. He might not win. Summon a bunch of crocodiles, and you'll easily beat them down. Don't wait here to restore the health of the heroes. Immediately go to the cart with the Osiris piece, because if that gets to their town, you lose. I'm pretty sure it comes up with you are defeated, you're a loser, and you got to start it all over again. So yeah, you don't have to build any buildings. Set, there you go. I just researched where you do get an additional pharaoh, so you can get 2 pharaohs, which 2 pharaohs, they are very strong. They might not look, they do have low health, but at maximum level at the armory, they do probably hit about 20 damage on a normal unit, and against myth units they can knock down a colossus in about 5-6 hits. That's how powerful they do get. So you immediately get control of it. Keep an army with it. The Osiris Peace cart is extremely slow. I think it's maybe 2 speed, 1.5 speed, which is one of the slowest units in the game. I think the fastest unit you can get is up at around 7. With researching, going through the correct ages with gods that aid cavalry, and finding the relic that increases cavalry speed, you can get up to about 7 speed, which is extremely quick in this game. I think it might be a camel, which might be the fastest unit in the game, fully maxed out. You've got plenty of supplies, so just continuously send down units. Keep an army with the cart, and that army that they're just bypassing, they're basically just a buffer army, because the units that are coming want to get directly to the Osiris Peace cart, so they're going to try and run through this army that's right there, and they're going to get slaughtered on the way through. So just keep a buffer army between you and the cart to knock out as many units as you can before they can get to the cart, because he's about 30 odd spearmen. As you can see, they got no interest in attacking those units right there. They want to get directly to the cart, so try and knock out as many as you can. Axemen, good against spearmen. So they realised that they got no chance of getting there. They gave up. They thought they might have a chance now. They're trying again to get past. But with the Axemen, I probably knocked out 3/4 of the army before they even bothered to try and attack. So now there's little left, and they run into another army of resistance. So it's good to have 3 or 4 different sections in this canyon pass where you have an army. Keep your heroes and your pharaoh or a priest with the cart, and keep a pharaoh or a priest with your unit so you can constantly heal, and try and put them up as a barrier like I have there. They're like a wall without actually constructing a wall, so the only way to get through is you got to go through them or around, and by the time they do that, they're going to lose a large chunk of their force. As they're doing the camels are fighting back, but the Axemen aren't, and the Axemen are basically all dead because they just want to get to the cart and not bother about fighting. I lost maybe 2-3 units, and they lost about 40. Yeah, just be careful with this section coming up. You will get to a point where campset will you're shifting sands, and about 15 or so Nubites will spawn in this one section, and on the high difficulties he does send in rooks, which do have armies in them to reclaim the piece. So just be a little. Don't use the ancestors' god power until I do. You can use the serpent god power as at the same time I'm going to use the ancestors, because it's coming up real soon. It's a trigger point for the game. You can't avoid it. It's a trigger point that they've put in. So no matter what you do, as soon as you go over this one step, it activates. See, as you can see there, Kanto says, and right at the 2 shifting sands full of Anubites, and if you don't have an army with your Osiris Pete's cart, they just take control of it. So keep your heroes with there. Can invoke ancestors. Now the reason I invoke ancestors is because the ancestors are minions. 10 of them or so spawn, and if they're spawning with 10 or so Anubites, you're going to have more units on the field, so you're going to get control of the Osiris piece card, because the more units that are around that card take control. So if I had one minion, they had 2 spearmen, they'd take control because they got majority units. So that's where you invoke your ancestors' god power, so you have more units on the field than they do, and you can keep control of the card. That's just a point that I found later on. You keep control there, they don't send it back. You don't lose any ground, because as soon as you get past that section on these difficulties, you can't lose. So you just keep this buffer army there. They're never going to get past. And as soon as the card gets through the gate, the card has to get through, not your heroes. Your card has to physically go over that gate line, as it will in 2 seconds. So as soon as the first wheel hits the gate line, victorious. Same on their end. If it gets too far, you are defeated. And yeah, that's the gist of that mission. Now we move on to number 14, which is quite annoying, this mission, to be honest, because you lose some of your heroes. You only get Amunra, and as I've said before, she's my least favourite hero. She's fairly useless. So now we begin the 14th level, Isis Hear My Plea. As you can see, you do not have Ajax, Acanthos, or Chiron anymore. They get captured and you're sent to, basically you've got to go rescue them. You only have Amunra, who, as you saw in the cutscene, worships to Isis, and you do get granted a fair bit of myth units, which you will need, because the stronghold there that you have to assault is fairly heavily guarded. I think this level you do get introduced to a new hero called Setna. I think I pronounced that right. He is pretty hopeless, to be honest. He's just a priest with more health and not really much more damage. You only have him for the Egyptian, then he sort of just disappears. He's not the best. Just be careful here where you do gather your gold, as there is a gate just to the right up that path just there. Elephants, scarabs, and cavalry will come down through that way, and they also come through the front. So as you can see, the Pharaoh's name's Larry the cable guy, you could say. There's just some funny names. So there's the heroes you're trying to rescue, Avengers, Acanthos and all that. Setna's in there, Ajax, Chiron. Get captured by Kemsit, and you go to rescue him. As you can see, the tower is 20, and my crocodiles, being the upgraded, have 22 range. So they are out of range, and they do good damage to the towers. So I've got my army down there because they do come down that way where you're mining for gold. It does get annoying, this level. That's not my favourite level. This level's got quite a pain in the neck. I do apologise if the game does start to lag. I realise if I don't have it plugged into my charger, it will lag, as you're seeing a bit here, starting to lag a bit. Oh, I think I eventually do plug it into the charger and it does speed it up. There's a coming down with some elephants. Yeah, so they're the Sphinx. You mentioned in a couple of levels ago, Scorpion Men, Sphinx. They do have 3 levels of upgrade. I think that one there, they're in the base form, then they go to a Cryo Sphinx, then a Hero Sphinx, I think. So they do have different upgrades. As you can see, they either come through the side or up the front. So it does randomise where they come through, but as being as there's 2 large gold mines there, it is easier to mine from there if you do keep it under some protection. As you can see, the citadels do fire a fair few arrows. They can take some damage. That's not fortified yet, but it can take some damage. I think you do have 2 of them. Just send your myth units up. You will take damage, but you do have a priest and a pharaoh. They'll just heal you back to full strength. So you do take the damage. If you are taking damage, your unit's almost dead. Get that unit out of there. Wait till the battle's over. Send a priest over and a pharaoh, and just heal it back up to full strength. It does say I have 12 monument statues. You can't build that. When you need to build them, you can only build 5 or 6. They've just added extras to gain the favour up, and it makes it look more impressive at this level. But when you do Egyptian, you cannot build this many yourself. When you do fortify it, it doesn't change how it looks. It adds on additional health, damage, and I think possibly a bit more range onto it. We'll see in a second if it does go up to 22. Yeah, see, as you see, it goes up to 22, more damage, more health. So as your pharaoh dies, he's number 2 now. The name will stay the same. He just gets the additional. He's the second of that generation. It goes up to a maximum of 20. So it could be Larry XX as it goes by Roman numerals, but 20 is the maximum. They'll just keep spawning after 20, but 20 is the max number that the creators have put in the game. As I was about to mention, citadels, they are very powerful town centers, as they do 5 or 6 arrows at a time, more health. They just look more terrifying than a standard town center. You can get your own citadels through a Egyptian god whose god power is the citadel upgrade. That's the only way you can get it through the Egyptian side. So as you're waiting to build up units, you can use your crocodiles like I am now to slowly chip away at the buildings. See, as I'm mining there, I didn't have my units down there as protection, and the elephants and the slingers did come down that way. They likely will destroy how many villages you got. They'll destroy a huge chunk of them. You can't, the army that comes through, you do defeat it. It's just a pain in the neck that you got to train up more villages to go down there, mine gold. They might not come attack there for 10, 15 minutes, and then all of a sudden they're attacking there. They're kind of just wasting their own units, but at the same time, it's just a headache for you, because 50 food doesn't sound like much, but when you only have 850 like I do, it does add up. If you need 6 more villages, it's going to cost you 300 more food. And being that I'm going off farms do generate food slower than hunting or gathering, but their food supply is infinite. That's the benefit that you get with farms, but you do gather slower on the farms. There is upgrades at the granary that you can use to make them go quicker, but overall, if you have upgrades for the farms, then the gathering will go quicker. So just keep that in mind with the farms. Do gather food slower. So the siege weapons do come off their own separate building called the Siege Works. That Siege Works will only train the siege towers and catapults. It is a separate building, unlike Greek and Norse where they come out of the stronghold. Egyptian's the only one where their siege units comes out of a separate building, which opens up the stronghold for the Egyptians to have the additional units that it does have, just the chariot archer, the cavalry, and the war elephants. War elephants, they do cost a bit of food. I think it's about 180 food and 50 gold, and they do take up possibly 4 or 5 population slots. So just keep that in mind. They are a powerful unit, but they will take up a considerable amount of your population. Their armor, it's decent. Their armor, it's not the greatest it can be when it's fully maxed, but if you do have 30 elephants, it's going to take a while for the enemy to take you down. That's the reveal all god power, so you can check what's in there. That army won't come and attack. They're pretty much just guarding for the meantime. As you can see, the defences that you're going up against those, and that little bit of army's coming out. There's no telling which section it will come from, so you sort of just got to hope that it comes from where you're guarding, because then you do have to move your units over, and they could cause a little bit of damage. They won't cause too much. You just repair, heal. That's the armor and the attack of the elephants. I don't know what level they upgrade they are. They might be the second upgrade. There's 3 separate upgrades on the armory. There is a 4th upgrade you can do at an armory, and it's through Thor. He does have a 4th level upgrade in the armory for his own special weapons. So you do get the additional armor and attack boost through Thor if you do have his armory. And being Thor, it's a dwarven armory, and you can construct that from the Archaeage. That's the benefit of having Thor. Your armory is the best in the game, as it has a 4th tier upgrade. as you're building up your force, just use your crocodiles to slowly chip away at the enemies that are there. You do need to go destroy that stronghold before you move on to the next task that is required. So just slowly chip away with the crocodiles. If you don't want to go through to the Mythic Age, you will get access to the catapult. But being in the heroic, you do have access to the crocodiles. They are slower than the catapult, but if a spearman is coming, or a couple of spearmen are running towards you, the crocodiles will knock them out pretty easily, whereas the catapult won't be able to. So, however way we want to do it, the crocodiles will go slower, but if infantry do run at them, the crocodiles will defeat the infantry rather than the catapult won't. Being the crocodiles do have 24 range, they will keep out of range from a tower. So if you do mistakenly run into a tower like I did, then just pack your crocodiles away until they're out of range, and you can knock down the tower without taking any damage. 24 range on the crocodile compared to 20 on the tower, you'll win every time. I probably didn't have as many gatherers on food as I should have. As I can see, I've only got 5 there. Being on farms, it is going quite slow, so I probably should have got some more gatherers on food, but I'm pretty sure I'm almost ready to assault at this point. I think that might be the max upgrade I have on the Sphinx, as you've just seen there. There is a second upgrade in the middle of the Cryo Sphinx. It's just a little bit stronger than the standard Sphinx. Then it's up to you if you want to fully upgrade to the maximum one, depending on how. If you do like it at that level, you do like it at that name, you just leave it there. We just added a little bit extra health and damage if you do go maximum. You will notice with the priest there, his projectile did turn into like a glowing yellow ball. That indicates that he's attacking a myth unit. So just be aware, if you do see the priest and they are firing that glowing white projectile, they are attacking one of your myth units, and they will do additional damage, seeing as their hero going up against a myth unit. Priests don't have the most damage to start with, so the damage may say 5, but in fact to a myth unit they might be doing 30, and over time it just adds up. So just be wary if you do see the projectile coming from the priest and it's the white ball, it is attacking one of your myth units, compared to if it's attacking a normal unit, it's like a little rock it's throwing. So if you are concerned with your myth unit strength, myth unit health, it is quite possible one of them's being attacked if you see that little white glowing projectile. Scarabs are mostly they're not the best against standard units. A spearman could probably do 150, 200 damage to a scarab. Scarabs are very good against buildings. They're basically a walking siege unit. So if you do have multiple scarabs in your army and you do go to assault, I do recommend that you select them to attack the buildings, because they do have a high health. When they do die, they do area damage with their poison that they spill out. Overall, they're just a lot better at attacking buildings than they are units. Same with the Sphinx. They do good damage against normal infantry and myth units, and they do pretty good damage against buildings as well. So they're a very well-rounded type of unit to have. So even though they are the classical age myth unit, they do in numbers. They are very good in numbers. Now with the Egyptian side, they do have a third level of tower, as it starts with sentry, then it goes to watch, then it goes to guard. Egyptian side does have an additional upgrade called ballistic tower, which does more damage. So that's another perk for the Egyptians. They do have a third tier upgrade on their towers, and it does look pretty menacing, because out the side, 4 big arrowheads are protruding from the tower, so it does look quite imposing. It is very good. It does look very good. See, as I'm using there, my scarabs mostly are just staying out of the main battle and attacking the buildings, because they will continuously spawn units. So try and knock down whatever you can with the scarabs in your initial assault. If that assault isn't big enough, you can just retreat and heal back up. So that scarab, I don't know what the hell he's doing. He just got stuck. What an idiot. The scarabs do have good absorbency to arrows, so they are very effective at absorbing the damage from towers and the strongholds and archers. That's why they're very effective for a mobile siege unit, whereas they only absorb 30% of hack armor. Which makes them very effective for buildings. So now that you've knocked down that stronghold, you can proceed to the next section. Or if you do want to continue having some fun, just keep knocking down these buildings, just to make sure they don't end up retraining and coming to attack your town, while you can build up another force. So the main thing, if you do lose your scorpion men and your scarabs, you can't train anymore. So just be wary of that as well if you do want to keep your scarabs. Once they all do die, I think you do get about 4 of them. They will all you won't be able to build any more. So just keep that in mind. I don't think I ended up going to the Mythic Age in this mission. I think I just stayed in heroic. Heroic's enough for this level. As you can see, when you knock down the stronghold, Gargarance just does move his forces away from the path you're meant to go around, so it's a straight run down into the transport boat. Take a little army with you. You will encounter some resistance on the way to freeing the heroes, but it's not the biggest resistance. So just take 20 units as the transport boat can hold. Just take 20 units with you, go free the heroes, and you proceed to mission 15. Take praise, they don't do. It's what, 5 damage he does. But taking him with you, as I mentioned before, you might do about 30. So over time, it will add up. And being that my enemy is in the Mythic Age, they do get that nice whiter look on their buildings. As you might have noticed, between their buildings and mine, theirs does have a wider finish. That indicates that they're in the Mythic Age. So the buildings in the Mythic Age do look a lot more glossy than the Heroic, as I'm in. And I can also tell what age your enemy is, and if you don't know already with the Egyptian, if they do have that white finish as that tower has, they are in the Mythic Age. Now that you've killed the stronghold, down this path you're heading, I'm pretty sure you run into 0 resistance now that the army's moved away. So there's no need to worry about their heading. Just direct them straight to where they need to go, and they'll arrive without any issues. Oh no, I was wrong. There's a spearman. I don't know everything about this game, it seems. You will encounter some resistance, but being, I think, probably basic, medium spearmen, maybe they're gonna do jack shit. The green people, they're pretty much your allies. They're not going to attack you, so don't worry about that town center there. It's not going to fire on you, being as though they're allies and you're helping them out pretty much. Lock down this gate. Now the army's moved away. You get through with no issues. You just get into the transport and head on over to the prison. Down that path, as you can see the gate there, that's where the army went. There is a town there. You don't need to destroy it. But if you do want to have a bit of fun on this level, you can go destroy it, but it's not a requirement. Your only requirement here is to get to the prison, which we're about to head to our allies there. They'll give us some boats, because you're going to encounter naval units your war turtles, leviathans, and they'll just give you access to a dock so you can build your own naval fleet, because you're gonna need the help on the way to the prison, because there is a couple of units here. There's the war turtle that you get gifted. His special attack there, he's got the yellow bar underneath. He does go bonkers in the ocean, and it's kind of like the battle ball. He flips the boats backwards, does some damage, recharges, and he goes again. So if you do see a war turtle going a bit ballistic in the water, he's just initiating his special attack. There's a Skylar. It's the water version of a Hydra. You would have seen the Hydra in the Greek campaign. The more ships it kills, it does grow the additional heads. It can grow up to 5 heads. So if you do encounter one with 5 heads, it's going to do a considerable amount of damage. So just be aware if you do see a Skylar with the additional heads, it's going to be a bit dangerous. I'm pretty sure here I couldn't be bothered to send another transport back, so I just instructed those units to go attack that town. They're going to die, but it didn't bother me because I didn't really need them. See the priest there. It only says he does 4 damage, but he's powerful enough to take down a Wadjet without dying. So against myth units, they do get fairly effective. And their range, just like the crocodile can, I think, get up to 24. So if you do have an army of, say, 30 priests, they can knock down a tower without even getting attacked, really. Just be wary of that catapult up on the cliff. If it does connect with one of your boats, he's going to do a shit ton of damage. It's basically a big boulder coming in contact with the boat. I think the bandits that do have their one hit, they're dead, basically. So just be wary of that catapult up on the bridge. Kill it as quick as possible, so then he doesn't knock out too many of your boats. Use your war barges to knock down any towers that you find around. Your war barges are out of range, so they're going to destroy them without even taking 1 damage. Because if you've played before, towers do large amounts. They do extra damage to naval units, the boats in particular. The tower says does 10. It may do 10 to a infantry unit, but to a tower, it could do about 50-60 damage there. See, as you just see, one of them boats got sunk by the tower that's up on the cliff. They do the additional damage to boats, so just be wary. If your transport boats do get too close to a tower, there is a high chance, if they have the upgrade that allows them to hit moving targets easy, your transport boat could be destroyed. And if your transport boat is full of units and that boat gets destroyed, those units die. They don't get transported back to land. I think heroes of the main story do, but your standard units, they won't get transported. back to land, you just have a look at your population, and you'll be missing 30-40 population because all those units are dead. But I'm pretty sure the main heroes of the story, they do get transported back to a point on the land. If you're doing a random map, that hero will just die. But being as these heroes can be resurrected, I think they do get transported back to where you possibly pick them back up. But standard units, they'll just die. So just be wary of your transports. If they come in contact with a tower or a naval fleet and they do die, you've just lost all those units that are in it. So as soon as a Manra gets close, he unlocks some of the gates and bang, victorious. Move on to mission 15. I'm pretty sure in this cutscene it's the first time you see Setna up close. It's nothing special. Now we begin at level 15, and your hero army is now increased to 5 with the addition of Setna. He is a priest, so he can heal units. He's basically a stronger priest. If he dies, he does get resurrected. Again, like your campaign heroes, when they die, they can be resurrected. So just hold out here. A couple of transports of enemies will come through. Just quickly take them out. They're going to cause too much trouble. So that was the War Turtle doing his special ability. He goes ballistic, knocks boats back, does extra damage. Him himself he's pretty powerful. He's 960 health, does 25 damage. His hack and pierce armor are fairly good. He's a good naval myth unit. There's not many naval myth units you do get in this game. I think on the Greek you can get a as you've seen the Scholar, and you can get a giant crab, which I don't think I managed to get that in the Greek campaign. There is a giant crab. It's only with Zeus. I'm pretty sure only Zeus can get that particular unit. I could be wrong. Egyptian have the War Turtle and the Leviathan. There might be another one, but at the moment I can't think of it. Norse have the Germod Elva, which is
a sea snake that spits venom, it does do a ton of damage. And of course, you've seen the Kraken, which can sink a boat. One hit. The Kraken does have an upgrade. It upgrades it to a trench Kraken. It changes its colour from like the yellowy colour to an orange and black. It does look more terrifying. It adds additional 200 health, so it maxes out at I think about 1,000 health. I think the damage might upgrade, but I think that might be all the naval myth units. And of course, you do have the hippocampus. Poseidon only has the hippocampus, which is just a scout in the sea. It too, when it dies, it will constantly respawn at your dock. Not instantly. It may take a couple minutes, but it constantly respawns back at his back at the dock. Now, what you want to do here is knock that watchtower out as quick as you can, because up at the top of the map there is a pirate base, and they will send down like your bandits, your ramming galleries, and your war barges down to you. But if you knock out that watchtower, they run into a coral reef, and it instantly sinks the boats. So knock out that watchtower as quick as you can. It will lower the attacks coming from that way, from the bandits. I think they're separate to campsite. Yeah, so knock down that lighthouse. You don't need to fully upgrade the war barges to maximum range. They can hit them from the 18 range that they have now. It just prevents this happening. So Kamos' fleet is Kamos, who sends down the boats to attack. Camps at will as well, but knocking at that lighthouse will prevent boats coming down from Kamos. You see on the map there, the base that Kamos has. You don't need to destroy it. It's not a requirement of the level. The requirement of the level is to get the Osiris piece through the highlighted gate down the bottom. You will see a time limit. If you do hit that 11-minute mark, you don't fail the mission. So the quicker you go in this mission, the easier it is. When that timer counts down, Kemsit moves the Osiris piece further along the map. I think he might move it about halfway in the map. So basically, it's more guarded than it is there. Then another countdown will happen. Which, if that countdown reaches 0, it gets moved all the way to the other side of the map. So then it's more heavily guarded, and you cannot put the Osiris piece onto a boat. You physically have to bring the Osiris piece through his entire town down to the highlighted area. See, that's the reef I was talking about. That's where Kamos' ships will run into, and they will instantly sink. So that lighthouse that you've just destroyed will prevent Kamos from bringing his ships down. But Kemsit, who is the red and not the purple, will send his own boats. But that lighthouse will stop Kamos from bringing his boats down. So I'm pretty sure I did this level in the 10-minute time limit for the first section where the Osiris piece is. It just makes it a lot easier to get, so then you don't have to bring the piece through the entire city. Once it gets to the final area, that there is no countdown. That's the last place it will be. So there's not a fourth countdown saying in 20 minutes he's going to take it away. When it gets to the final section, the countdown ceases, and that's basically the final place where it sits until you do go take control of it and bring it back to the highlighted area. But if it is at the last place, you do need to go through Kemps's entire town, all the way to that highlighted area. As soon as the piece is through that highlighted area, the mission ends. So if you do want to do this one quickly, don't worry about the town of Kamos that's there. I do advise keep a couple of priests when you do go siege, because I'm highly confident that all they really send is spearmen and the crocodiles. Spearmen coming first as that, and soon you'll see a ray of beam coming from a crocodile. Oh, there's the crocodile there. That's all they send. So just keep a couple of priests back when you do go siege, probably 5 or 6 priests. Take out the spearmen, then take out the crocodiles, and you'll be fine. That's the first area. It's not that heavily guarded, but the further on it moves, it does get more and more protection. So if you want to knock this one over quickly, build up a force as quick as possible. Get in there, take control of the piece, but be wary you cannot put the piece onto a boat. So you can't transport it out of there. You must keep units next to the piece to maintain control of it. Otherwise, Kemsit will take back control, and I don't know if the countdown restarts. I'm not too sure, but you don't want to risk it. Monument to priests, that's the one I was missing. So monument to villagers, monument to soldiers, monument to priests, monument to pharaohs, and then monument to the gods. That's your 5 monuments that you can build. And as you go along the monuments, they do get bigger and bigger. As you can see, there's the first 3. Then the pharaohs is next, which is big. From the 5th one, you've seen the monument to the gods. It's got the 4 little fire pits in the 4 corners to make it look impressive. Again, that's all they send, 5 or 6 spearmen followed by 2 crocodiles. It's the same pattern, which is why I advise to keep a couple of priests behind, because you may lose 1 or 2 priests, but they can heal each other. So it's just better than having them run riot, constantly ringing your town centre bell to bring in the villagers. Just keep a couple of priests behind and you'll be fine. Since knocking down that lighthouse, Kamos hasn't sent another boat of army or basically anything, because he would constantly run into those reefs and get destroyed. So that's the main reason you knock down that lighthouse. It stops his attacks, which it's good. Now, the reason I'm keeping my infantry separate to my heroes is because they constantly attack with spearmen and crocodiles. My heroes can easily knock them down without me having to risk losing a spearman or an axeman here and there, which just takes more time to build up your army to where you need. So I do recommend keeping your spearmen, axemen, your heroes separate. I mean, not your heroes and your myth units separate to your main army at the moment until you're ready to put them into a transport boat, because your heroes alone is able to take the brunt of the attacks from Kamos that are coming there. This is only moderate. They will attack larger on the larger difficulties, but I'm sure that your heroes, now that you've got 5 heroes plus the Pharaoh, you've technically got 6 heroes, a priest, however many priests you have, it's enough to keep off the attacks. Being the campaign heroes, they do regenerate their health anyway. Pharaohs and priests won't regenerate their own health, but if you do have a Pharaoh and a priest together, they will heal each other, so they can constantly stay at 100% health without any issues. Just be mindful, Pharaohs, they only have about 130 health, so they can die easily, but again, they do, in about 2-3 minutes, they will resurrect. Just drop your army off there if you're ready to take the first area of where the cart is. It is protected by a couple of towers. Take them out as quick as you can. There is a little town to the right there, as you just saw there. See, you cannot put it back onto a boat. I tried. It basically forbids you, because then you just put it back onto a boat from where you are here and just wait until your army's stronger. And as soon as you do, you take control. You just saw the timer disappeared. So you're no longer restricted on a time limit anymore, now that you do have control. But that little military fort that's there, they will constantly train units. So just be mindful of that. They will continue to train units from that little fort that's there. And being as though the cart can't go back onto a boat, you have to physically stay there. Otherwise, Kemset will gain control of her back. And as I mentioned, I don't know if the timer restarts. It might not. I'm not too sure on that one, to be honest. Just make sure when you do siege, have some siege units there, because the way down to where you need to go is protected. On the way there is a town centre and a couple of towers, I think. So if you can train scarabs in this one, so train a couple of them up, knock down the buildings. It should be pretty. That's why I mentioned do train up some priests, because they are more effective against the crocodiles than the axemen. I do have the axemen are good against the spearmen, so it probably is a good idea to have a mixture of axemen and priests. The axemen able to knock down the spearmen quickly, and the priests to heal them and knock out the crocodiles. As he was set now there, his range is very low. I think his range may only be 6 or 8, so he needs to be very close to attack a unit, which is another reason why he's pretty hopeless. His range is too low to be helpful. Whereas you get a standard archer and a slinger, their range goes up to about 16, possibly even more. So 6 range it's very low, which is why he's not a very effective hero. But you only get him for the Egyptian side. As soon as you finish the Egyptian, he leaves. That's the same with the Norse. You do, and you get those heroes through Norse, and there is a very good hero in the Norse side that you only get for 1 or 2 levels, which I was very disappointed about, because when we do come up to that section, you see how effective they actually are. So I was a bit sad that you didn't get them for more of the Norse side, because they are up there top 3 best heroes in the game. First siege, I lost basically all my units, so being in control of the Osiris Peace card, the countdown stops, so it gives you time to build up another force. Just remember the Osiris Peace card is slow. It's only 1.5 speed, so your entire army will go, if you select it within your army, it will only go at a 1.5 speed. So just be aware that the Ox card is one of the slowest units in the game. So if you do select it with your army, they will only go the speed of the Osiris Peace card, so just keep that in mind as well. Being the chariots are archers, slingers, they won't have any issues with them. You may lose 1 slinger to 4 chariot archers, but overall they're more effective. Just instruct your siege units to attack the town centre, knock that over as quick as possible. Having scarabs, they didn't take too long. Knock out the barracks, and then you can move down to the last area. It's up to you if you want to wait there and heal your units up. Seeing I've got Setna and a couple of priests and a pharaoh, they will heal quicker. The pharaoh does heal quicker than a priest, So just keep that in mind. A priest will heal slower than a pharaoh and Setna. So if you do have a unit that has high health and is almost dead, instruct your pharaoh or Setna to heal them, because it will go quicker. I went back here to destroy these because they were getting quite annoying. Just keep your Osiris piece card away from the main battle and keep a unit with it. Just like I did there, just a priest. Just keep a priest with it just to make sure you don't lose it. So the 5 or 6 priests I had back at the base was enough to knock out all the spearmen and the crocodiles without any issues. So as you see there, they aren't the most effective against infantry. It does take them a while to knock down a simple spearman, but they are very good against buildings. So it took them, 3 seconds there to knock down a building, but it took them about 10 seconds to knock down a simple spearman, which is why they are a lot better against buildings than they are against infantry. That's the Monument to Pharaohs. Monument is the 4th build. That grants you favour. The higher up you go on the monuments, the quicker you do gather favour. So the small monument to villagers will gather favour fairly slow, but a monument to gods will gather you favour fairly quick. Now, I don't think you need to be in the Mythic Age to construct all the monuments, but as you do get further on building them, they do get more expensive. But I think you may be able to build them all in the Classical Age. So you can't build them all from the basic ages to get your favour up fairly high to start with. But just bear in mind, the further on you go with the building, the more expensive they do become. They just be a little bit careful coming down here. There are Nerbites, and I think Kemsett does instruct some god powers, possibly the serpents or the ancestors power. That was just me putting in some serpents. There are a few Nerbites in the towers here. There's nothing to worry about. Just instruct your siege units to take down the towers. Being on moderate, it doesn't look like they did invoke any god powers. I put the serpents there. There's a little bit of a distraction. On Titan or hard, they may invoke ancestors, serpents, possibly even the shifting sands to bring in more units. So just be a little bit on the lookout if you do it on hard or Titan, that they may invoke god powers in this section. So once you bring the Osiris piece card to that flag, we move on to number 16, which is where you do get control of Kamos and Gargarensis.
we begin this section, just be careful. If both your heroes do die, you will lose this mission. We get introduced to Caster there at this stage. He's not that good. You'll be instructed to put the relic in the temple, and then a whole bunch of Cyclops will spawn. They're too powerful for Acanthus to beat alone. Zeus will invoke Restoration. This Gargarensis there. Use the Statue of Lightning to your advantage. If you're getting overwhelmed, just run around in a circle, and the Statue of Lightning will continue to fire on the enemies. This is the first time you basically battle Gargarensis, but you're in a dream, so defeating him at this moment, it doesn't really change much. As you can see, he attacks very quick. He does quite a bit of damage. And then when you defeat him, you continue to move on. All your other heroes are about to spawn as you battle a bunch of Chimera. You can't really lose. Here you got 5 heroes. They'll easily defeat the Chimera, and Zeus keeps aiding you with the Resurrection God power. You do have it yourself if you're in trouble, but he'll aid you twice in this section here, and you'll easily defeat these Chimera. And when you do, the other heroes will despawn, and you move on to the next section. We begin the next section. This is where you do take control of Caster. Just move along as I do, because a bunch of units will come into line of sight. They're yours, so don't worry if seeing them. If they attack you, they're your units. Use them wisely. Keep the catapults alive at all costs, because we will need to break down a boulder wall. Use the priests here as well, because you're about to face some myth units in the hero jackal there. As you can see, Avengers and Hydras and the jackal hero. This doesn't take too long to defeat. You do have about 6 or 8 shades you can use. So if you are getting a bit overwhelmed, just use one of them to knock the myth units out. But the Avengers are very strong, even against heroes. They do quite a bit of damage. When you've defeated those myth units, instruct your catapults to start attacking the boulder wall that's at the end, because that's basically the only way out. And myth units will spawn throughout this mission, so it's important that you keep those catapults alive. Otherwise you're going to be here for quite some time trying to knock through that boulder wall, and I doubt with the catapults you'll be able to break through, because it is 10,000 health. But having the 6 catapults, I think you knock it over in about a few minutes. So just keep the catapults protected
As you can see, they're doing 200-300 damage per attack. Some units are about to spawn. It's usually Scorpion Men, Avengers, Chimera, Hydra. So again, you still have some shades. See, as they come through the corner there's some Hydras. Use your shades. I advise to use all your shades in this section. Again, Zeus will aid you out with the lightning storm, but on Titan and Hard, a lot more spawn. So it's important that you keep those catapults alive. Once the boulder wall's down, just select the caster and the Cantos and just go through the passage. And you move on to the final part of the mission. Now this mission you are the enemy. As you can see, you're red. All your units are in those transport boats. They don't need to travel far, but move your pirate ships out first. You will be aided with some Krakens in a minute. Use them to take down the ships. As you can see, one hit kill any ship except the Argo, which is Zeus. Zeus does have a hero ship. But once those ships are down, move your transport boats to the island. There is villages in your transport boat, so don't be alarmed about having to train any. There's about 6 or 7 you already have. This is where you do control Gargarensis and Kamos. As you can see, Gargarensis, that's his base stats. I think he's already doing a considerable amount of damage. I do advise to keep those 2 statues there alive. They are statues of lightning, and they do 240 damage. And being lightning, it does trail onto several units at one time. Usually Sentinel God power straight up, because then if you invoke it too late and there's a building in the way, that corner, Sentinel won't spawn if there's a building in the way, so do it straight away to get all 4 up. Make sure these Heliopolis don't attack the Statue of Lightning. See, as you see, the Statue of Lightning fires every 15 or so seconds. It does need to recharge, but keep them alive as long as possible. Kamos, he's not a bad hero. He's not the best. His special ability is the Minotaur charge. So it does do that on myth units. So it's a little bit more upgraded than the Minotaur one. He does have good health. His attack is pretty average. I think his attack's only about 13. As you can see, that's Gargarensis. He's already at 650 health and 28 damage. His hack and pierce armor are very high to start with, and he attacks quite fast. He can probably take out 15 or so hoplites by himself. And you would have seen he does have a special attack, which is the Cyclops throw. So he will pick up a unit and throw it, just like a Cyclops. So he is a very good hero. This is the only time you do use him. And if I had to rate him among the heroes. He's probably the best hero in this game that you do get to use. With his sheer power, and he's got good health, he's got good armor, he attacks quick, he can do quite a bit of damage. Now, Poseidon will constantly be sending over Hippocampus and Pegasus to scout, so the Hippocampus in the water, just be careful because your Krakens and pirate ships will follow it, and being the Hippocampus is quicker, they will never catch it. And if it does go up the pathway that leads to the Wonder, as you can go by sea, there is towers on the way. And those towers against boats, they're very effective, so you could very quickly lose your 2 pirate ships, and your Kraken can take unwarranted damage. But there's plenty of supplies on this little island. You do need to destroy a Wonder, which on the way there is, it's guarded majoritarily well, so you will need a force to siege, so just take your time to upgrade. They will continue to attack with a variety of different units, so try and keep as many myth units alive as you can. Now, back on the island where you were, that little island in the corner there, it is full of relics, so it's completely up to you if you want to go back there with your heroes, collect all the relics, but bear in mind that the temples do have a limit of how many relics they do hold, so you will need to construct maybe 1 or 2 extra temples to house every relic that's on that island, because there is a few relics that you can collect on there. Now, I've already started in the Mythic Age. As you can see, the buildings are more white in colour, just like the Egyptians. That's how you can tell if you're in the last age or your enemy is in the last age. Just look at their buildings. The more glossy and defined they look, the further they are on in ages. Now, up here is the town centre, and there is more gold. There is a annoying bear. Just be wary with bears and wolves. They will attack your villages without you even attacking them, so they're pretty hostile. Now, you would have seen there on the temple the obstinance. That grants full visibility to your enemies. You can see basically everywhere on the map where your enemy is, and you can tell how big their army is by how much it costs. So if the obstinance only costs 5,000, their force is reasonable, but it's not big. Whereas if you look at it and it is 30,000, they do have a lot of units, buildings, and everything else. So the higher the obstinance cost is, the more units your enemy has. And it is a large gold cost, but it does grant you full visibility to the entire map, basically. It's only accessible in the Mythic Age, so you can't research it in any other age except the last age. So by the time you get to the last age, their forces are already fairly high, so it's going to start at a high cost. That's the Wonder you need to destroy. Wonders are high in health. I think they max out at about 13,000 health, which is quite a bit. Again, you can only build one in the last age. and depending on the game type, if you do a random map, depending on your game type, there is a countdown. You can win by a wonder. I think it's a 10-minute time down from when it is fully built. It could be Supremacy or the Lightning game type, but there is a way to win with a wonder. They will attack by sea, as you can see there. They will knock down your sentinels. Just bring in your krakens if you still got them, and they'll knock the boats over. As you can see, the hippocampus will continually be a nuisance. I don't know why, because as you see on the pirate ship, there's advanced settings for each of your units where you can instruct them to patrol a certain area or basically stand still and not move from that one point, but they will attack if someone gets in their line of sight. So if you are getting sick of your naval units moving and taking the hippocampus, go into the advanced settings and instruct them to basically stand still. That will prevent them from chasing any units that come in line of sight. Yeah, this is a part that I completely forgot that they do. As you can see, they've just invoked the earthquake god power and pretty much destroyed my entire town. That's how effective the earthquake is. It is only accessible with the Chimera god, but if they constructed it at the right spot, they knocked over my temple, my town centre, destroyed some of my storehouses. So if you do have that god power and you're in a section where you see a lot of military buildings, invoke that god power, and it will likely destroy every single building in the vicinity. Thankfully, it didn't do too much damage. It just knocked out my town centre and temple, which it was annoying, and knocked out all my sentry towers. But I just quickly rebuilt them. I put in those 2 watchtowers there in case they do come by sea like they did before with the triremes. The towers will knock them out fairly easily. The earthquake, it's still effective against units, but it's mostly effective against buildings. So that's the best point to use it, is if there is a large selection of buildings that you want to knock down quickly, just invoke that earthquake and it'll shatter them. You can see with Gargarensis, he's only on the he hasn't had much upgrade in the armory, and he's already at 80 and 70% armor. Same with Kamos, he's already in the 66%, so they already start with high armor. With Gargarensis, he's already at 28 attack. Kamos is only 13, Gargarensis is much stronger. Caster there, he is very weak, so he'll likely continue to die throughout this mission. You see that Gargarensis, that's his special attack. One instantly, that soldier's dead. Casto, he only does 6 damage. Acanthus is up at about 12. Same with Kamos. But Gargarensis, he's already at 28. You would have seen there with the fortress there is an additional unit. It is a crossbow. Only available with Hades. It is a type of siege unit. It does outrange a fortress, a tower, and a town centre. It does have maybe possibly 24 range, I want to say. So it is a base. It's not as effective against buildings as the Helioply or the Catapult, but it is a type of siege unit as well, and it is only available with Hades. transport ships, because I actually didn't need them. I'd already decided that I'm not going to go via sea. I was going to go by land, just bulldoze my way through. So if you don't need those transport ships, just delete them. There is 6, and they do take up 6 population room, so it just frees up space for you to build 1 or 2 extra units. You already have 240 population, which is very, very big. But just be mindful, if you do go by sea, up that canal there, it is littered with towers. There is a spot to drop off at the end, so it's possibly a quicker route, but those towers, if they are upgraded to the maximum, they will defeat your transport ships before they can get out of range, so just be a little bit careful if you do go that way. There is a couple of towers there. Gargaranthus is at 30 attack now. I think I did mention he gets to 32 with the full armory upgrade. I've never seen him upgraded with the dwarven armory that you do get with Thor, but I imagine he would be nearly unstoppable. Now with the Greek armory, if you do worship Hephaestus, who is a Mythic Age god, he does have a ability in the armory which reduces all the costs on every single upgrade. So if you've decided before you've even researched any of the armory that you're going to go Hephaestus, hold off researching anything in the armory until you do get that additional upgrade which reduces all the costs, because I think maximum cost for the armor and everything else there is say 500 each, whereas with the Hephaestus upgrade it goes down to about 150, so it is a substantial savings in your resources. So just be mindful, if you do go Hephaestus, it does reduce the costs of all armory upgrades. There's a couple ways in to their stronghold, this side passage here, or up the top, as you would have seen, but there is 2 statues of lightning, and I think there is a fortress guarding there as well. And them being beside, and they spawn militia, which again, militia are quite annoying. So what I'm doing here, I'm slowly breaking their defenses down. Just makes it a lot easier for me to go through, because their town is littered with statues of lightning, which do 100 damage, and they do chain. So it's not 100 damage to one unit, it's possibly 100 damage to 4 or 5 units at a time. So they do get quite annoying. You can't construct them. They're just basically given to you. I don't know if you can get them in random maps. I'm not quite sure on that, but on the campaign missions, they've been put in at specific spots to basically aid you or battle against you. So catapults are out of range of the statues of lightning. They're only 20 range, so you can defeat them with the catapults without taking damage. And their health is only 240, so if you do come in contact with a statue of lightning, I highly recommend you don't send a whole bunch of hoplites in, because you possibly will lose half of them before you can take down the statue. when you do send your catapults like that, keep a small army with you. Them being beside and the militia, as soon as you get in range, will charge your catapults, and if you don't have a backup army with them, they'll destroy all your catapults before you can do as much damage as you wanted. Yeah, just be mindful. There's two statues of lightning up there, so if you did choose to go that path, knock them out with range units. Otherwise, you'll take some considerable damage when it can be avoided. Slowly making my way up to the Wonder. They will have heroes like Chiron, Achilles, Ajax. I think Perseus is in there as well. There's another statue of lightning. That's in the middle of the town. There's a couple of the heroes. You can see there. Theseus is there. Jason might be there. It's quite a few of them. Perseus there. He does have the Medusa head on his left hand. So that's his special ability. He'll freeze. He'll basically turn any myth unit to stone. So just be mindful if you do go up against him with myth units, one of them will die instantly due to his special attack, being the Medusa head. Gargantuous, I think, possibly at max stats. I'm not too sure if the upgrades have finished yet, but he has his hack armor's up at about 79 and his pierce is about 85, so he absorbs a lot of damage and he deals a lot of damage as well. As you can see, he's quite tall as well. And he's fairly quick. He's a very well-rounded hero. It's a shame that he's an enemy, because throughout the whole campaign he'll be very fun to use. As you can see, that's the special Hades unit, 24 range. Yeah, fires a crossbow, so it is out of range of all sentry units. There's Heel Pointer, Atlanta. She's a very quick hero. I think she's about 6 speed, 5 or 6 speed, so she's very quick. And Heel Pointer, she does fire slowly, but she is out of all the archers you do get in the random maps, she's the most powerful. Just invoke the earthquake, and as you can see, it does a lot of damage. Basically, any building in the vicinity destroyed. And it did 4,000 or 5,000 damage to the Wonder. Just be careful if you are bursting Poseidon and you do take down a Wonder, it will spawn 10, 12, 15 militia. Being it's the biggest building you can construct, so it will spawn a lot of militia. As soon as you take down that Wonder, the mission's over. Move on to number 17. Now we're on to Mission 17, the Jackal's Stronghold, which is where you invade Kempsit's base and take his Osiris piece. Just down here, I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of slingers. Being that you have Kamori, they do counter archers, and slingers are considered archer. So quickly destroy them. Destroy these little buildings here. Tents provide 10 population, so knocking that out will knock 10 population off Kempsit. Now this mission is mostly it's 50-50 with land battle, and you will need a good naval fleet as well, because there are a few docks and naval shipyards around the island in which you need to go to, so make sure you don't just send a single transport boat. You'll need a naval fleet. This one is basically a 50-50 type of mission. And you see these houses here. At the moment, you don't own them. All you need to do is take Amanra close to them, and she'll basically convert them to your own. Now, I don't think Kempsit actually landed on the island, but on the higher difficulties they do send over transport ships and drop units off. So just be mindful that they attack from most angles in this map. As you saw with that lumber camp, as soon as Amanra gets close, she converts it to you. So I do advise scouting the entire island, as I will in a minute. There is a little secret base down the bottom of the map, which she converts to villages, and it becomes your main supply of gold. You would have seen an elephant in the corner. See, if I take the Kamori there, they don't convert it. It must be a Munra. So just scout the entire map with her. Find any loose buildings around, and she'll convert them to you. Now go up where I'm going now. There is 2 watchtowers protecting the bay that goes into your dock. You will need them. So go up there and she'll convert those 2 watchtowers, which will come in handy, because if boats do decide to come down into your canal, those towers will likely destroy them. As you can see, the towers are missing. You will need to research what I just did then, so that they can hit moving targets, because boats, obviously they are moving targets like cavalry. So without that upgrade, they will struggle to hit them. So as soon as you can purchase that upgrade, that way they'll very likely destroy any boats that come through. If you do go around with villagers, just be mindful of the crocodiles that are around. They are hostile, and they will immediately attack any villager that comes in close proximity. Throughout the game, there are hostile animals, which they get annoying. You got hyenas, crocodiles, bears, wolves, and a few others. I think there are. There's a hidden temple just here. Take a Manra close. That basically means you don't need to construct your own temple. You've got one given to you at the dock. You already have access to the Leviathan, which is a very powerful myth unit. It is also a transport unit. It can transport 20 units, and given its large health, it will likely take all the damage before it can get killed, and you can drop your units off. I think it does have about 1,000 damage. 1,000 health. So it can take a large amount of damage before it's destroyed. Now just where I'm going down here, there is that hidden base I was telling you about. It does come with villages. So there we go, right there. There is a few gold mines down here. So I do advise collecting your gold from this spot, as it is hidden from the enemy. I do not believe they come down this way. So I best construct the town centre. That opens up a large trade route for your camels. And you will possibly get maybe 100, 150 gold per camel caravan that transports between the market and the town centre. So that's another good supply of gold. Now just where I'm going with the boat, you can drop off your units. It is littered with crocodiles. I think some of them are crocodiles from Set, which will attack any unit, but there is a couple of relics up in there, so it's completely up to you if you want to go up there. I didn't, but if you do go up there, be mindful of the amount of crocodiles that are up there. And if they are crocodiles from Set, they will attack any unit that you have up there. Again, any buildings you find, just take a Manra to them. She'll convert them to your own. And we haven't had to build any houses, and we've just gained 60 population, which is good. Same with the farms. Most of them are already pre-built, so if you do need them, you don't need a Manra to convert them. You just tell your villager to go farm from it, and they'll convert it themselves. There's no shortage of supplies on this island, so you get plenty to you. Build your market as far away as the town centre as you can, and just build a couple of camels. Get that trade route going. You would have seen in the corner there that the green arrow that's going around. If you want to keep training a certain unit, train one unit, then click the green arrow, and it will constantly train that unit over and over until either you run out of resource or you do run out of population room. Instead of you training the 15 run out, then you train another 15, just click that one unit, click the green arrow that's going in the rotation. It will continuously train that one unit until you tell it to stop. And above the building that you've selected it to train the unit constantly, there will be that green arrow above the building, so you can tell where it's coming from. So that's if you're in a bit of trouble, you need a unit to continuously spawn. Just do that method. It saves you from training 15, then it runs out, you get overwhelmed, and you'll lose the battle. That one unit will continuously spawn. That large trade route, 105 gold per camel, which it adds up. I've got to think about 5 camels, so I'm getting in 550 per camel that comes per set that comes back. But over time it adds up. That gold power I just did then, it you put that onto a town centre or a mining building, and it will tell those villagers to mine quicker for the 40 odd seconds that it's activated for. So instead of in that 40 seconds getting 300, you might get 1,000 gold. So it's the first gold power you do have. So if you need gold quick at the early stages, just select that, put everyone on the gold, and you'll get gold quicker for that 40 seconds. think you got enough boats, have a mixture like I do there, because the campsite does have a naval army. They're just doing rotations out in the sea. It is a large. I mean, I think there's a couple of war turtles, 10 or 12 boats, so it is quite a large naval fleet that he has going around in the open seas. So I think for the most part I managed to avoid them. But if you do come in contact with them and your fleet isn't big enough, you will get destroyed. So just be mindful that there is a large naval fleet of campsite roaming around. If you do run into them, it is quite a considerable army. Now what I'm basically doing here is going around and destroying anything that I can get into range with my war barges. So the naval shipyard, any houses, his fishing vessels. He does have a few fishing vessels around, which just cuts out some of his food supply. It's been a naval dockyard. Every boat can attack it. You can't actually construct your own naval shipyard. It is sort of just a building there for looks. I don't think it trains any units. It's more of a decoration than an actual usable building. And being I'm in the heroic age, my war barges and boats are not where they can be. I think my war barges may only be 18 range, which when fully upgraded they go to about 27. So just be mindful, if you're not in the mythic age, your war barges will get hit. You see there, you can get the son of Osiris if you worship Osiris. That gives you access to 2 pharaohs, and you do convert one to the son of Osiris, which is a very powerful hero that you do get. Or you can go where I went and worship Troth, who does give you access to the war turtle and a phoenix, which is the only well, it's one of 2 flying units in the original Age mythology, the other one being the Nidhogg, which is only accessible through a god power in the Norse culture, which we will hit up next. That's the Leviathan there. As you can see, it has quite a bit of health, does quite a bit of damage. Reaming galleries are the best boats against myth units, and the bandits or triames do have an upgrade in the dock, which allows them to be better at myth units. But war barges and in juggernauts, your siege boats, they're not that effective against myth units in the sea and or on land. As you can see, it does have a large number of fishing vessels, so just have fun destroying them, but be mindful of where they might lead you. They might lead you into a trap by accident. Yeah, I just use my war barges to knock out any available buildings that I can. And Troth does have access to the meteor god power, which you would have seen in the Greek when I raided Troy. That was the meteor god power. You had 3 then, you only have 1 at this time, so you use it wisely. It's good against all things in the game, buildings, units. It's good against everything. Yeah, the flaming arrows do affect your bandits and your war barges. It just gives them that extra bit of damage against buildings and units. And it just looks cooler too. Flaming arrows do look cool. Slowly make your way around the island. Around the back here is where all these docks are. And we'll soon come in line of sight of where you do dock your units. Right there, I just upgrade my ramming galleries and my war barges to the heavy level. So with that fire upgrade, they are using fire. The ramming galleries don't get affected by the fire upgrade, but your boats do benefit from the armory upgrades as well. So the war barges aren't doing much damage to the myth unit. You will need the bandits with the myth unit damage upgrade or a ramming gallery to quickly dispose of it before it does too much damage. To siege campsite, you will need a considerable large army because it can get quite difficult in there. So make sure you do have your siege units. It's funny on the war badge it says it only does 7 damage, but that clearly isn't true. It does quite a considerable amount of damage to boats and buildings. You possibly need 2 or 3 transport vessels to get over there. You will need a large army to breach his walls and take back the Ancestors piece. Now, if you do decide to go Phoenix, there's a couple of things to note. If it does die on land, it will spawn an egg on the land which can be attacked, and through that egg you can quickly resurrect the Phoenix without having to go through the temple again. It will cost you, I think, the same amount if you were to go through the dock. And if you do have a few of them, say 4 or 5, when they are breathing fire, they can cause damage to your own units. So if you have infantry close to the line of fire of the Phoenix, your infantry may incur some damage, as well as any Phoenixes that are in the area. So just be mindful, Phoenixes can cause damage to your own units. So just be a little bit careful with that one. If you're wondering why your units are taking damage, it could possibly be due to your own Phoenix. There is a town centre and sort of military barracks on the water edge there. It doesn't need to be destroyed. You see siege works there. There is a town centre there. It doesn't need to be destroyed. But if you do want to land there, I do advise trying to take it out. and as you can see, it's just out of range from your war barges, so you will need to land and use units to take it out. But you don't need to destroy it. There is a gate that leads up into his stronghold, which is where you want to go. But that town centre sort of fires up the ridge into his stronghold, so it can be a nuisance. So that's the third tier upgrade that I'm just about to do on the watchtowers. It's only available in Egyptian. The ballistic tower, which adds additional health and damage, so if you put all towers at the max level in one spot and they all attack each other, Egyptian will win due to them having the more stronger watchtowers. And in the ballistic tower, it looks cool with the final upgrade, which I think I do show it when it completes its research. So right now I'm just being a nuisance and taking out his villages, obstructing his resource gathering, or whatever you want to call it. Upgrade your units before you go in, because they will need to be at a high level to withstand the damage that is up in there. As you can see, Kemsit is not at the mythic age due to how his buildings look. They don't have that glossy white finish, so he's likely in the heroic age, which means he does not have access to champion units and the final armory tier upgrade. So I needed 3 transport boats. I've got about I've got 48 units that I'm transporting over, which you're gonna need. So there's the naval army I was talking about. That's not the full naval army. It's probably a third of it. That just continuously scouts the island. Now I just barely outran them due to I was lucky that the war turtle was up front and was preventing his bandits from passing it. They kept running into it. As you see, they run into it, and then they slow back down. They stop, slow down, which was good. I was able to get my transport boats away just. I mean, I'm still taking damage, but not as much damage as if the war turtle wasn't there. So that's where you need to go up into there, which there is strongholds, Scorpion Man and Nubites, a fair few units waiting, guarding the peace. Kemsit, you don't fight Kemsit. I'm pretty sure in the entire campaign you never battle Kemsit in the main game. You don't really battle him in the cutscenes either. He sort of just, when you come in contact with him, he runs away. He's not an attacker. He's a runner. This is where I usually beach my units. There's a large area for them to quickly get off. So that's the ballistic tower. As you can see, it's got the 4 ballistic arrow bolts coming out the side of the building, which it does look cool. Beached all my units, but because they're being chased, the boats decided to attack my units. I think I lost 1 or 2 before I destroyed all the boats. Just be mindful when you do unload them. If the area that you're unloading the transport to is full, that boat will not unload your units. So you'll need to move it down a little bit further to a spot that's available. But it comes up with a message, unable to unload transport boats, so that's how you know one of the boats is obstructed. And just quickly move it. If you are under attack, quickly move it, so then it doesn't get destroyed with your units in it, and you've just lost the 20 odd units. Now the reason he keeps training Leviathans is, as I mentioned before, they are a transport unit. So at this level, that's what they use to transport their units over to you. Hence why you've seen quite a few of them, because they can transport the same amount as a transport boat. They are much more reliable than the transport boat. We can start our siege. Use your catapults to knock that town centre down, because it will become a nuisance. There is 2 gates that you'll need to go through. As you can see, the Pharaoh, he's very good against myth units. He does about 300-400 damage per hit. It is heavily guarded up in there, so you're going to lose units. Now, the Eclipse God power that I have, it makes your Sphinx stronger and quicker. It might affect other myth units as well. I'm not quite sure, but they mainly affect the Sphinx. They make them quite more effective. Now I just invoked the Ancestors God power. It just adds that additional 10 units to the battlefield. And they are quick. They're not. They don't do much damage or have much health. They're just more of a nuisance than anything. And it makes the enemy focus on them while you have a chance to get where you need to and destroy what your objective is. I've lost about 30-40 population worth of units already. I'm not at where I need to be, so when you do assault, you will need a large force. As you can see, I did have champions not fully upgraded in the armory, and they're dying fairly constantly. So there he goes into the Mythic Age. These buildings get that white glossy look to them. But it's too late for him. Now. I've already sieged. He won't have time to upgrade his units to where he needs to. See, Kemsa's not even actually. He's not actually there. Destroy the units around the Osiris piece, and you complete the mission basically. Move on to number 18, which is where you got to cut down a larger tree. this is the first encounter that you do get with Norse. The Jarls there, the cavalry, but they are good against Smith units. Not as good as heroes, but they are more effective against Smith units than normal units. And you got the raiding cavalry, which are counter archers. You also have the ox carts, because Norse do not construct storehouses or lumber mills or anything like that. They transport it all to an ox cart, which you must train. So being this one, you don't need to build a lumber mill or a mining store. You just transport it to the ox cart. And the main mission here is to cut down the massive tree that's in the middle of the map. It does have, I think, about 20,000 health, and it does require villagers to cut it down. So don't go in there straight away. Build up a force first, because this one you will see I do get a bit destroyed, as they do send in constant units, siege towers, elephants, axemen, spearmen. I do get a bit beat up in this mission before I do get on top of it. Now the resources in this level are scattered throughout the map. As I'm doing here, I'm searching for the best possible spot to gather my resources, as it is a little bit hard to find. The wood, it's not in big chunks, it's in little sections, as you saw there. Same with the gold, it is a little bit hard to find on this map. There, I've got Tutankhamun, a known pharaoh, famous name. Now you see in a second that I do go off with Jarl's Chiron, the priests and the pharaohs, because there are 2 or 3 temples scattered throughout the map, which if you don't destroy them, will constantly spawn mummies which come and invade your town. So the best way to stop that from happening is what I'm doing here, sending only my heroes and the Jarls to take down those 2 or 3 temples, which I don't know if they do gift you any food, but they stop the mummy attacks on your town as soon as you destroy them. See, there's some gold there away from your town, in the middle of nowhere, basically. Send your ox cart over. That's your storage house. I think I'm about to come up on the a temple very soon. Yeah, so just as soon as you find the temples, I'm pretty sure I find all of them. So just if you're playing for the first time, just use where I'm going as a guide. But as soon as you do destroy the temples, 2 or 3 scarabs will spawn. So just be mindful, as soon as you do destroy that temple, it's not over yet. Those 2 or 3 scarabs will spawn, and as you've seen before, once they die, they do spit out poison, which will damage your Jarls more than they damage your other heroes. So that's the Gargarensis base. We don't need to siege his base. We just need to cut down that tree. So I do advise not sieging his base. It's a waste of time. This mission can be finished fairly quickly. So sieging his base, it's a waste of time at this point. So there's one of the temples there. There's 2 or 3 scattered throughout the map. See, rusty old tomb, set, destroy it to stop the mummies from attacking your town. They only come with 2 at a time, but they just get annoying. Because if they do hit a unit, they will kill it instantly. So there's the tamarask tree. it takes a while to cut down. So you will need a supply of 10, 12, 15 villages to cut it down when you're ready. It's about to be destroyed. And what I knew what was coming, so I sent my Jarls back. So they didn't take the brunt of the scarab damage, and I just used my pharaohs and priests. So if I lose a pharaoh, I can just train another one. Same with the pharaoh, he just comes back. But with the Jarls, they don't come back. You can't train them again. See, there's two scarabs spawn. They won't last too long. Almost lost my pharaoh there. See, his armor they're only at the base armor, so he's only at 15%. Those elephants there, they do have about 750 food with them, but they do take a while to defeat with the villagers because they've got about 400 health, and they do about 12 damage, so they can defeat a couple of villagers before they are able to kill it, but they do supply a large amount of food. And Gargantus will attack from the front and the back, so just be mindful of that. He will eventually send the siege towers and larger units, so I do advise building up a force while your heroes are away destroying the temples. The last temple is basically in the left corner of the map. You do need to bypass a tower which will cause damage. So there's the two mummies there. They'll spawn. They will attack every 5 or so minutes if you don't destroy the temples. Now, I got lucky with that one. The mummy was doing a special attack on my Jarl, but I killed it just in time. If it does do a special and you do kill it before its special takes effect, your unit won't die, which I got very, very lucky in that point just then. There's some more gold. I'm confident there's only 2 of the temples, which I find both of them. So again, use this as a guide if this is your first time or you don't know where the temples are. I do find them on this playthrough. I never used to when I first played this. I never used to take down the temples, but they do get quite annoying if you don't take them down. They constantly are spawning mummies. There's an infinite supply of them. So there's only, I'm pretty sure 2 temples you need to knock down. So just do what I'm doing. Keep an army behind, a mixture of spearmen, axemen, slingers, and take your Jarls, your priests, and your Chiron and your Pharaoh. Go destroy those 2 temples, and then they can come back and defend while you prepare your army. We'll need to cross this little river that's coming up. which there is a tower, as I mentioned, that will attack you. Don't worry about the tower. Just bypass it. You're going to take some damage, but you got priests and pharaohs there, so you can just heal yourself. I think the tower is also behind the wall there, yeah, so you're going to take damage, but as soon as you're out of range, just instruct one of your priests to heal your unit, as I'm about to do here. If your unit is attacking, it will heal slower, rather than if it's just standing still. But I know these scarabs are going to spawn, so I wanted to get that Jarl up to full health before it encountered the scarabs. So gradually the attacks will become frequent and the units will get stronger. I think they possibly got more armor than they had in the previous attack. They're still only the basic axemen, but they're slowly upgrading and the units will get better. So they're the two temples that are around the map. If you do need a guide on where they are, you've just seen them basically in the two corners of the map. I've never been to the top corner of the map. There might be one there, but for it to get to you, it needs to go through Gargarensis, and it is an enemy to Gargarensis, so that they'll just kill it before it even gets close. So the ox cart, it has all the upgrades in the ox cart. So if you do need to gather gold quicker, you don't have to build a mining storehouse to get the mining upgrade. All your upgrades are in the ox cart. When you are ready to go to the tree, have a large supply of villagers basically ready to go and cut down the tree when you've wiped out the Anubites that are guarding it. I think he may invoke the Serpent's God power as well. So as soon as you knock out those units, send your villagers in. I did wall it off and put up towers, which you'll see a bit later. That just has that protection. Gradually their attacks get more fierce. I think the next one might come with siege towers and war elephants. So just be mindful at the start, their attacks are fairly weak, but they will increase. are ready to siege, keep an army behind. Like always, just extra added protection. I found it easier to just send the villagers that you want to send to the tree, just have them gather directly into your town centre, so that they don't get in the way and there's no chance of them being killed unless the town centre gets wiped out. There's a couple of new bots. They're waiting. They don't last too long. You may invoke the Serpent's God power soon. So as you can see, there is sections that you can wall off, which I do. And the attacks, as I mentioned, increase. They come in with heavy infantry, a war elephant, a siege tower priest, and a scarab. Bring your villagers up. It's up to you if you want to wall off like I'm about to. But I found that they didn't even try to break through the wall, which I found a bit weird. They're more focused on going back to my base, which is why I sort of didn't leave an army there as protection. I brought the army back to my town. But this just sort of prevents them from walking directly to. So there he goes, he invokes the Serpent's God power once you do bring some villagers in. You will notice there that I did the wall that way. You just hold down shift and build the first section of the wall where you want to. Click to build it, and then it will continue to allow you to build under the wall. So you can do it you can build a square quite easily, or you can build like I'm doing there to build around the trees. I don't know why he sent a villager there. It's kind of very odd. You will know that his pharaoh is the same name as mine. If your enemy is Egyptian as well, they will spawn the same name, pharaoh. So just wall it off like I have there. I realised I didn't need the army and I just sent them back. You don't need an ox cart to cut down the tree. They don't actually get any wood out of it while they're cutting. So I just built a whole bunch of towers around. Had my little army there. So they've attacked with more war elephants this time. The army I have, they're not going to be strong enough. So I think I sent my main army back down to help out, and I didn't send them back. So as you see, they're not even focused on getting to the tree. they're more focused on destroying the town. So this is where I use the mercenaries. They do train very quick, but they do have a life force. I think they last at maybe possibly 30 seconds, and then they will die, even if they do have full health. You do get the cavalry or the mercenary or the infantry option, but the cavalry option is more expensive. I'm having a bit of troubles back there, so I just sent my main army back, and they stay back there the entire time, I'm pretty sure. Took me a while to build these buildings. I've only got 4 or 5 villages there, so there's the army coming again. They don't even try to break through, they just go directly to the town. See, here they come again. They don't even bother trying to prevent me from cutting the tree down. Which is why I'm pretty sure I just held my main army back here at my base, so then it doesn't get fully destroyed. Being that I got Chiron there, a whole bunch of priests, I was going to win every time. A few more labourers, as they're called in the Egyptian side. Send them over. Start cutting that tree. Finish this mission and move on to the next one. thought for sure that they were going to come and destroy my wall since I upgraded them, but every time they just bypassed it.
a tree. As soon as you do, that's it, the mission ends. You don't need to transport it anywhere. But 300 left to go. It opens up, the piece appears. And yeah, finish the mission just in time. You're about to attack with a large force. We move on to level 19, which is where you get to face Kamos. Alright, so we begin level 19, which you do get champion units and fully upgraded siege towers straight away. Even though you are in the classical, you do face Kamos in this level. It sort of is on a time limit as well, and it also isn't, which you'll see very soon. For this section here, you see there's a couple of new bites. There is units down there, so we want to protect the hoplites for the most part. So send your heroes down first. There's going to be new bites, as I said, and spearmen and elephants. They try to construct a stronghold. Just get your catapult there and knock it down before they can get too far with it. Your heroes will quickly knock out the enemy. I think there is a Colossus there as well. I could be wrong. There he is right there. Your heroes again, knock him down. Use your hoplites to knock out the elephant, because elephant is cavalry. They will defeat it very quickly. Couple of slingers there. They won't last too long. We shouldn't have lost any units here. You want to keep these hoplites alive. Yeah, go destroy the dock. Those boats there, they won't attack you. They become yours. Same with these. Well, this temple, these villages don't become yours, but they will aid you in your fight. So quickly knock this dock down. Get everyone on board. Everyone will fit. So don't stress. They give you the correct amount of units. They give you 24 units, and they hold 12 each. These people here will build colossi for you. So just transport your units over to where it's telling you to, which is where there will be a base that you build. Then you send the boats back and wait for the colossi to be built. Now, being on moderate, I think they give me 10 minutes. The harder the difficulty, the less time you have. And Titan, they probably give you, I think, about 3 minutes. Hard's about 5. I get about 10 easy. You probably get about 15 minutes before they do come and attack you and expose your position. But 10 minutes is enough time to get 2 colossi. There is a little way to get more colossi. As you see, you don't have to build a town centre. It's already built for you. Send your boats back. You get 2 colossi in the time limit which they give you. Now you might have noticed there is a few gold mines back where you were. So what I eventually do is I do get 5 or 6 villages and take them over
to the island, because there is a large supply of gold over there, rather than here there is a medium pot in a bad spot, as we're about right there, which is the point of attack. That Camos will come down, so it's best to get a couple of villages created, send them back to the island, and harvest the gold that way. Now this mission, it wasn't too hard. You will encounter resistance on your way to Camos. And when this time limit goes down, you don't lose. It gives you the 10-minute to build up a force, because they will come through with cavalry, which you do have hoplites there, so you will defeat them quite handedly. But with that time limit go, that canal that you went through with the boats, which is covered in watchtowers and the pirate ships, you will get exposed, so you won't be able to travel down that way freely. But there is a way to continually get the colossi. When you go to the next stage, you worship the god, I think it's Hathor, that has a rook, and they do allow you to build a rook, which then you can easily transport along the edge of the map without even getting hit. So that's a hack if you're having troubles with this one. You can basically get an infinite amount of colossi every 5, 6, 7 minutes. They'll give you a new one. So with a rook, you can easily transport back and forth without having to construct a naval fleet and clear that passage, which you can clear that passage, but with a rook, you need to build one instead of possibly building 30 ships just to get your way through. So that's a little hack that you can use to continually get colossi without having to go through the Death Valley. As soon as that time is up, they will come through with the cavalry, and then a villager will come out and build a wall to basically block you from going in. But seeing as you got a catapult, you knock it down in about four hits. So don't worry about them building up a wall there. You'll destroy it within about 10 seconds. It is heavily fortified in the stronghold. There is a town. You will encounter Nubites, Minotaurs, I think, Scorpion Men, Axemen, Elephant strongholds, the Migdol strongholds. So you will need a considerable army to penetrate the defences. So what I'm doing here, I'm getting about 6-7 villages, and I'm just going to send them back to the island where you first spawn, because that's your main supply of gold. Just do that before the countdown ends, so then you don't have to worry about researching the next stage with minimal gold. You've already got the villages over there, and you can start mining on the large ones straight away. Now with the rain god power, as we know, it helps with farming, but it also helps your fishing vessels in collecting the food from the fish in the sea quicker. So if you are going to invoke that, and you do want to have fishing boats out, get a couple of them out before you invoke the power, because they will also gather quicker than normal. So there's a Colossus they give you. It's a fully maxed out Colossus. They don't just give you the standard one. They do give you the golden one, which if you're not familiar with Colossi, you do have the standard. It's sort of like a bronze Colossi, then you upgrade it to the second level, which is silver, and then the last stage, as you saw there, is gold. So there is 3 different stages to the Colossi. The base, which is bronze, then you can go silver, then you can go gold. Each level, it doesn't increase its attack, it just increases its hit points. So its attack will stay at 50, but its hit points will go from 1100 up, I think, to about 1400. And what I'm doing there with the pirate ship is I'm basically timing how long it takes to get back to safety. Because I do have one Colossus still in the ship. I'm waiting for a second one. I'm hoping that it was going to be constructed before the timer ran out. So I'm just timing how long it takes for the boat to come back before it gets to safety. I think it takes them about 1 minute to get back. So that means I do have a cutoff point of about 1:10. In case that Colossus doesn't spawn, I just send that boat back, and don't lose my Colossus on the way, because those towers will knock out your boats extremely easy. But I do the hack. Where you do worship to get the rook, which I use that to get another two or three Colossi. It's not the Colossi mostly using their attack. They do have large health, which means they will take a while to take out. And they are very good against buildings. Against units, they're not too bad against units. But it's their large health which can distract the enemy 3, 4, 5 units taking out one Colossi. And you can destroy those 5 units and just use your Colossi as a meat shield. So you immediately go for the rook. Gives you transport abilities to and from the island, extremely safe. You can also use that to go directly to Kamos, but just like the transport ships, if the rook does die, the units inside will die as well. So just keep that in mind if you do decide to think, I can easily transport up there via rook. If the rook dies, your units will die also. Yeah, they come with base cavalry. It's only 3. They will come and attack you. They don't run away like they do in level 6 to alert Kamos. Basically, as soon as they attack you, Kamos gets alerted. The Death Valley of your ships is no longer safe. You've basically been discovered. I didn't need the boats anymore, so I just sent them to attack a watchtower. Okay, immediately they build the wall up. I don't think they turn it into a gate. We'll find out in a second. Oh, they do turn it into a gate. So they can still come through. But on moderate they didn't. They just came through with those 3 cavalry, which I knocked out without even taking much damage. But on the higher difficulties they will continue to attack. So just be wary. Another Colossus is ready. Take it. Instruct him to go where I just did, right up to the end of the islands there, so the new Rook can pick him up from the edge, away from the towers or any other boats, and transport him back to safety without even taking one hit of damage. So that's another way to continuously get Colossi. Just worship Hathor, get the Rook, transport back and forth until you believe you've got enough to siege Kamos and take control of the 3rd. Yeah, I think it's 3rd Osiris piece. The Rook does have more health than a transport ship, but it also has low hack and PS armor, so it will take more damage from arrows than the standard transport boat. But you can't, if it does get damaged, just bring a priest or a pharaoh close to it, and you can just continuously heal the same Rook over and over again without having to buy a new one. You drop him off, your Rook stays there until another Colossi is ready, and you basically just do the same thing, go pick it up until you believe your force is big enough. And then when you don't need the Rook, if you're going to go by land, just delete it, because it takes about 3 population, which is, you can just build a couple of units for that. ready to siege. 3 colossi there. As you can see, I do have a massive army there. You're gonna need it. Just as you go through here, to the right is a smaller town, and up on that ridge is a stronghold. So you're gonna knock that out as quick as possible. To the right there is a town. You don't need to go through that town. It just adds a waste of time. So that's a standard colossi. I'm pretty sure it's got a more of a bronzy look. There is a town centre down there, and multiple towers. So just try to steer clear. But your units are going to be stupid and constantly want to head down that way to destroy the buildings. But our main goal is up through this path that we're heading. Just right there is a stronghold, and they will fight you on this narrow valley. So you just use your catapult, knock that stronghold down before it does too much damage. Then continue up to where Kamos is. He's going to have a few myth units up there. I'm just waiting to see if that scarab came on and attacked my catapult, which I don't think he did. So as soon as you knock that stronghold down, that's the last stronghold you will encounter. Then just go on. You don't have to actually destroy all these buildings. You just have Kamos is in the top corner there, behind those barracks, hiding with some minotaurs. That's where you're gonna want to go. So you don't really need to destroy these buildings. I just did to basically just get them out of the way. I was wrong. There is another stronghold, so, and he is protected by Nubites. I was wrong again. So just quickly knock them out. He is there, Kamos. So he will come out and attack, unlike Kemsit, who just runs away on his rook at any side of danger. So Kemsit there's Kemsit there. So just basically go attack him. I think there's a trigger point on his health it will get to. You don't actually kill him. He dies in the cutscene. So there's the Osiris piece there. Just go attack him when his health gets to a certain point, and the mission ends and it goes into the cutscene. And we go to mission 20, the last level of the Egyptian. Again, I apologise for the lag. I didn't have my charger plugged in, and for whatever reason, if my charger wasn't plugged in, it decided to lag. So again, I apologise for the constant lags here and there. level 20. As you can see, both forces are split up. Mana on one side with Chiron on the other. There is a way around to unite both forces, which you will need to do. One side, they both have good resources on each side, but there is a quicker way. Just around that oasis that's there, there is some trees which you can cut through, and if you cut through enough, you can unite the forces that way. But other way, you can go around, which there is a couple of guard towers as we see here. They will attack you on both sides. So I just walled off some sections as added defense, because if you do lose those Osiris piece cards, Kemsit will take control of them. He will take them to a spot and basically hold them there. So then you have to go rescue them again. So if you do lose the cards, it's not mission over. You just have to go basically rescue them all over again from this one point that he takes them to. Cantos and Ajax will join us a bit later on when you get to basically a trigger point. In this mission, he will arrive in the top right corner of the map with his army and his piece, and you have to bring all three pieces to the temple where the fourth piece is resting. Again, you don't fight Kemsit. As you would have seen, Kamos, he's deader than a doorknob now. So, and Gargarensis, he's left because he got the shits because you just killed one of his generals. So he won't be there in the battle up near the Great Pyramid, the temple, and where the last piece is. So that wood area you just seen before, not where I'm cutting there. If you cut through that, you can unite the two forces without having to go around. But I just ended up going around anyway. Now, if you remember, I think I was back at level 7 or something, how to use their wall as your wall, just as I'm doing here. I just knocked down the 2 gates, so then they can't access, and just built my wall where those 2 gates were, which just saves gold cost, and also their wall being, I think, a fortified, just adds that extra strength, which they can't attack. They can't attack their own wall. It just makes yours stronger in the meantime until you can upgrade a bit further. So there's no section for them to go through without actually attacking my wall, and them having the fortified wall already there. It's just less wall for me to build. You just got to get your wall right up to the point where it's not red anymore, and it just turns to the point where you can build, because you don't want to leave any little holes for them to run through. And if you are unsure if there is any holes, don't turn the large section into a gate. What you do is you tell your villager to go to the other side of the wall, and if there is a little opening, he or she will go directly to that point, and they'll just walk through the wall. If they're unable to walk through the wall, that means there's no holes, and just opens up. You can construct a gate if you do want to. But one side, Amanra's side, is the weaker side in the army that you're given, and Chiron does have the pharaoh and the Jarls and the raiding cavalry with him, so his side is a bit stronger. But they both have the cards. You just keep the cards to the back of your base. See, as I'm doing there, instructing the villager to go on the outside of the gate, and she couldn't, which means there's no holes. Build up a couple of towers, and that will aid your defense. A couple of slingers coming. The tower will beat the slingers. I eventually built towers on both sides, so it's just that extra defense for you to build up your force, because you're going to need a large force in basically every mission from now on. when you think you've got enough units, here we go, making our way around. As you can see, it's not a large gap between both parties. There is a couple of towers here that I've already knocked down, and you would have seen that the attacks on your base get more and more fierce with the chariot archers and siege towers. When your gold runs thin, you do need to go outside your walls to get to the large gold mines. So just be wary. If you do mine gold very quickly, you must go outside your walls to get any more. We've ignited the two armies. My army's reasonable. It's not overly big, and the time has elapsed, and Acanthos and Ajax join us with their part. They do add additional population, and the two villages which do mine a large gold mine. He's got his cart, so basically the main thing we're doing now is joining the three forces together, so then we can siege Kempsett and align the three pieces up with the fourth. Doing so, it releases the most powerful unit in the series, I believe. Even stronger than Gaia and Kronos, who are in the Titan expansion, who we will see in the Titan expansion, which I will upload after I finish the Age of Mythology. So after this one, we do have the Norse campaign, and then after the Norse, you do head back to the Greek campaign for 2 levels, which I've done separately to the Norse campaign. So there will be a final Greek campaign, which consists of 2 levels. It goes for about an hour and a half, the 2 levels, and I have decided to change my uploading days. The first day will continue to be the Wednesday, and the second day will be a Friday. Not this week. I'll start that next week, as I do have a job that I do during the afternoon, so I am limited to what I can do of the mornings. So I'll test that out, see how that goes, and if it is more successful than me uploading on a Saturday, I will do the Wednesday Fridays. But please bear with me. Not every video I do will have a voiceover. All the Age of Mythologies will have a voiceover due to there not being any audio. But the games I do have on the console, unless you guys like me doing a voiceover, they will just be the game audio, which I can edit a lot quicker than doing the voiceover. So we'll try that. We'll try that out next week. So I'll upload this Egyptian, then the Norse, and the final Greek. Then I'll upload the entire Age of Mythology campaigns as one video, which I think will be about possibly 10 or 12 hours. And being on moderate, for a 2002 game on PC, being on moderate, 10 to 12 hour game is actually good. On Titan, you're possibly looking at like 20, 24, 36 hours. And the Titan expansion is only 12 levels, being it an expansion, or as they call it these days, a DLC. It is 12 levels that will be uploaded all in one go. Same with the Golden Gift and Tail of the Dragon. But after the Titan expansion, I will go back to a console game. I do have Crimson Skies 2 there, which I will upload. And then possibly the Star Wars The Force Unleashed #1 I've got there, and I'm currently in the works of doing Brute Force. So it won't all constantly be Age of Mythology. I'll finish the Titan expansion, have a little bit of a break from the Age of Mythology, then I'll come back with the Golden Gift campaign, which, if you're unaware of that one, that was included with the extended edition. If you do purchase the extended edition, you do get the Golden Gift campaign. And then the third expansion, if you want to put it that way, is Tale of the Dragon, which is the Chinese campaign. To be quite honest, it's nothing special. It's 7 levels. It's honestly the worst campaign of the entire series. The Golden Gift may only be 4, but I found that one a lot better than Tale of the Dragon. Tale of the Dragon was very, when you say it was quite buggy, because it wasn't the original creators of Age of Mythology. I do have some modded campaigns that, if you do have it on Steam, you can access mods. Currently, I'm not running any mods. There is texture mods and unit upgrade mods. I'm running it on the base game. But I do have 3 modded campaigns that I have done there, which I'll hopefully be able to upload as well. So I have a good 50 or so hours content of Age of Mythology alone. But doing the voiceovers and me not having an entire day to do them, I do have 6 hours of my 6-7 hours of my afternoon is gone, as I do have a job to help pay and get these videos up for all the subscribers. So I am limited to how much commentary I can do. But I do hope that you're enjoying this guide through. As these Egyptian, Norse, and Greek cultures, I do like the mythology and all the information that is involved with everything that goes on in this game. Hopefully my knowledge and quick history rundown of certain things is helpful. Yeah, I consider this the best game I've ever played, and if you've never played it, I do recommend grabbing a copy on PC. It's about $20 on Steam, or if you can find the disc at a bargain store somewhere, or on JB Hi-Fi or anything like that, I do recommend picking it up, giving it a go. As the campaign, the campaign does end, but in terms of doing random maps, it's got endless hours of gameplay, because each time you do a random map, it is different each and every time. No two battle will be the same. So there's honestly endless amounts of hours of gameplay for this game, and considering it came out in 2002, it does hold up very well. And if you hadn't heard of this game series, you looking at it, you might have thought this came out 5 years ago. It's funny to believe that this game is 20 years old. So it holds up really well, and it is quite fun. So we're about to align the 3 pieces. You would have seen I tried to do a god power in there, and I came up with a scarab beetle with a line through it. That means I cannot invoke god powers in that area due to there being monuments around. So you need to get the 3 Osiris pieces into that flagged area so then you are able to progress and basically finish the mission. At this point, your base you no longer need it, which I wasn't too concerned about my buildings falling, as it almost finished the level. So as soon as they're in place, your camel that is pulling it will disappear, indicating that it is in place. And then we're victorious, and we'll see the cutscene where you do see the most powerful unit, I believe, in the entire franchise comes out, and you have a look and try and guess who it is. added this level into the Egyptian side, as it neither falls with Egyptian or Norse. I just thought I would include it. The first thing you want to do here is put the pigs right up at the back, because our villager will come down and he will want to kill the pigs, and if you lose a pig, you lose a soldier. Now you're probably wondering why I know that Osiris is the strongest, as you can access him in the editor section of the game. He is a playable unit. If I remember correctly, he may have about 5,000 damage, 20,000 health, which he has fast regeneration. You see how Acanthos and Ajax regenerate. His is about 100 times quicker than that. He's basically unbeatable. And he does extreme damage. And his damage being the lightning, it chains on to multiple units at one time. Because I remember I made it an editor level for myself, and I added Osiris as the final boss, and you can't defeat him. No matter what you throw at him, he's practically unbeatable. So he is a usable character, not in the campaign, but if you do the editor where you can add anything you want, you can add in Osiris. So he's the god that you can add into the game. You can't add Zeus or Hades or any of them. You can add Osiris in, and you can see his stats, and his stats they're off the charts. Not even the Guardian, who we've seen, can beat Osiris. So his main level is rescuing as many pigs, which are now units, infantry, as you can, and take them to the Temple of Zeus, which is at the end of the map, which it will show you, and it converts them back into human soldiers. There is about 25 pigs around. I do recommend you don't keep them with the boars, because the villagers will hunt the pigs, thinking it's food, and the pigs cannot fight back. Whereas Ajax and Acanthos, as the boars, can. So I recommend going through each town, rescuing all the pigs, and then send them back to a point where they're all collected, and they won't be a threat to be attacked. Kill those wolves, because they will attack the pigs as well. The pigs only have 20 health, so 2 hits, they're basically dead. There is a hidden pig in this level, which I do find. They're near a temple. It's only one. You're thinking it's only one unit. It is actually a priest. You can rescue a priest, which does get converted, and he comes in handy because as we know with priests, he can heal units. So the best way to get all these pigs, just open a hole in the gate. If they don't come to you, if they don't convert to you, just move your boars inside, and they should convert over to blue. And as soon as they have, bring them back to a point where they're out of danger. This is the main point where you do find all the pigs. Just keep it in mind for the villagers. They will come out and constantly try and attack you, but they can't beat you. Just try and kill them. If they do run into a tower, just leave them in there. The first one I thought, just destroy the tower. But remember that they are Poseidon, so a militia will spawn. And the militia will attack. So when you've rescued these 3, bring them back. But don't continue up. Continue down, as I'm doing here, and you will find the pig next to the temple. That pig there is a priest, so he will come in handy. If you do see any villagers around, attack them, so they run away, and there's no threat of them attacking any of the pigs. I'm pretty sure that's all of them that you do find. and then you make your way up to the temple. You will go through a large, past a couple of fortresses and hoplites. Don't attack them. Leave them alone. They won't attack you. So just, we've got how many pigs? I think I said 26. So we've got 28 units. Or it could be wrong. I could say 20. It's a little bit blurry on my screen at the moment. Take them directly to this temple. You'll go past, as I said, a few units and a couple of fortresses. They won't attack. And as soon as you get to that temple, it converts you back to normal human soldiers. There is a couple of enemy villages nearby collecting wood. Just be mindful, because when they do convert back to humans, they do tend to go in any direction they please. So try and keep them all in the central area. It will prevent any hoplites coming out and attacking you, because you're going to need these units to build a base. There is a extremely quick way to finish this level, which I do, because this level was quite annoying me, as I did get run over a couple of times. I just managed to survive. So I was getting a little bit annoyed with this level. There is a quick way to do it, which I do. I don't think the creators of the game thought of this, so I just exploited that little hole in the system to finish this level in half the time. So they'll all go off in weird directions. There's the villagers there. Try and keep them, your soldiers, away from them for the meantime. We don't want to invoke any unwarranted attacks at the moment. Don't build a town centre there. There is another vacant town centre, which I will show you, and is a lot better protected, because there's only one way in, whereas this one there's 3 or 4 ways into this town, which you can get attacked, whereas the one I'm about to go to, there's only one way in. It just makes it is a smaller area, but it just makes it a lot easier to build up your force. Let's quickly dispose of these villagers there to disrupt his not his, her, because we're battling Circe at the moment, the sorceress, who you would have seen in the opening sequence turned us into the wars. She is the main enemy of this level. She is quite powerful. She has about 350 health and does 100 damage. Again, you don't play as her in the campaign, but she is a playable character. Again, in the editor section of this game, you can put her in as a playable unit, and you can use her, and she is quite good actually. But in the campaign, she's not a playable unit. This is the only level where you encounter her. So this is the other section of a vacant town centre. There's no wood or gold around, so you will need to go out and search. But as you've seen, there is only one point of entry, which means it's a lot easier to defend. Whereas the other town centre, as you see up there, there is multiple entry points. Whereas this one, you can wall off that little section, and that's the only way in. There's no way around the back. As I was going, it goes to a big cliff. So build up a couple of your farms to get your food going. And I will show you where there is a gold mine, which is guarded. So I think I did send through my counter infantry, all my heroes, to stop that. It's just you go back to where you came, and instead of going straight ahead, you turn left here at this this intersection, and there is 2 large gold mines that Cersei is mining at. Just destroy them, and the units that are guarding it. And I think there are units guarding it, and there also is villagers there mining the gold. So just quickly dispose of that. I don't know, they find you fairly quickly, but they're not sending through many units, so your town center can easily deal with them. Now, up where I'm going to go, there's just a little relic there. We still haven't encountered wood. The best place for wood is back at the temple. That's going to be your main hub of wood supply, and where we are right now that's your main supply of gold. Yeah, I underestimated Cersei here. She did send through 3 or 4 armies in quick succession, which I wasn't expecting. So I did take a fair bit of damage. I did lose my priest. They're already attacking straight away. I wasn't expecting them to attack this soon after they just did. And the second time around, they did send through a lot larger army than I was anticipating. So I did lose everyone except my 2 heroes. I lost my priest, which I wasn't too happy about. So just use your counter infantry to defeat them. The Kantos did die, but being a campaign hero, they do resurrect. And just get your villagers, send them over, start gathering gold. Their villagers won't come back. So you should be fairly safe over there, but if you're unsure, you can't wall it off, put up a couple of towers just as an extra defense. They may never come down there, but there's nothing more annoying than losing a whole bunch of villagers at a gathering pot that's out of your walls. Then you got to train your villagers up again, send them out again, hope they don't get destroyed again. They were quite moderate. They were safe there. There was no issues. Again, with wood, the best point of wood is up where that abandoned town centre is. So just clear that area out, and that opens up the wood gathering. So again, they're attacking again already. Use your counter infantry. These hoplites won't last long. They've attacked about 3 times in the last 5 minutes. So I was getting a little bit frustrated, just trying to get my wood supply up and running. Being as that's the only point is outside my walls. Every time I went out there, as I say, I get attacked. So I was getting a bit frustrated, which is why I decided to do the quick and easy way to finish this mission, which you will see there is an extremely easy way to finish this mission without actually having to take out that town or fight your way to the fortress. There is a way to instantly get to that fortress, which I will show you. I hadn't even sieged yet. I've already lost all my units except 2 heroes. That's all I got left of my army is 2 heroes. All the pigs I just rescued were just killed. And I haven't even started to gather wood yet. As you would have seen there is an open spot right in front of the fortress, and you see that I'm worshipping Apollo, which means I get access to the underworld passage. If you put those two together, you can put the underworld passage directly in front of the fortress, transport every unit there, and you can knock that fortress over in about 10 seconds. Because Cersei will not appear until you are at the fortress, so you can cut out the entire battle all the way to that fortress, because before that fortress you do need to go through a wall, which there is a town centre, so you can completely bypass absolutely everything, putting the underworld passage directly in front of the fortress and knock that fortress down in the matter of seconds before Cersei can even. So as you can see there is a spot to put the underworld passage. You can complete this mission without even having to encounter Cersei, because she will appear as soon as you get to that fortress, and her doing 100 damage and does fire lightning can do a bit of damage to your army, so you can absolutely completely bypass everything, You don't even have to get to the Mythic Age to this one. A fortress can be built now, which does access you to the catapults. Build a couple of them. Build up a whole bunch of hoplites, counter infantry, archers. Put in the underworld passage. Transport them all there. Finishes. Knock out the fortress within a matter of 5 seconds, and you win. That's the little hack on this level. If you are having a lot of troubles, research the underworld passage, put it in directly there, bypass the entire base, and you can finish this mission with no dramas. As you can see now, I'm not even bothering with how my resources are. I just want to get this mission over and done with as quick as possible. When you're ready to go, make sure all your units are near where you want to put the passage, because the passage does have 2500 health, so it will be destroyed fairly quickly. So get those units through the passage as quick as possible before it gets destroyed, because you're only going to get one chance. Dispose of these annoying archers. Are about ready to go. Get them all near where you want to place the passage. I'm just about ready to go, and these idiots come back again. You can see where I was getting absolutely frustrated. This level, they're not attacking with much, it's just annoying. I know it's only a moderate, Titan will be worse, but fair dinkum. Leave me alone. Here we go. See the town centre there. Transport everyone there. There's Cersei with her lightning bolt, and bang, finished. That's the quick and easy way to finish this level. I hope you enjoyed this Egyptian rundown. Norse is next on Saturday. Please leave a like, subscribe if you like these videos, and I'll see you at the next one.